Just resuming. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, reprise en considération la troisième lecture.
Resuming third reading of Bill C4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and Income Tax Act. Resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Gould, Lévy-Lobinière. Resuming debate.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Madame Mahajchak, appuyée par...
Ms. Mahajchak, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moved that Bill C4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act, be now read a third time and do pass.
Amendment. Mr. Gould, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and that the status of persons with disabilities for the purpose of reconsidering clauses 5 to 11 with a view to preserving provisions of the existing law which stipulate that the certification and decertification of bargaining agent must be achieved by a select ballot vote-based majority. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? Yes. All those in favour, please say yea. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Monday, October 17th, 2016, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. The Honourable Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, you would find unanimous consent that, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the Recorded Division on the amendment for the motion for second reading of Bill C4, an act to amend the Canadian Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act, be further deferred until the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on Tuesday, October 18th, 2016.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? We don't have unanimous consent, I'm afraid. Yes? Okay. Well, we'll put it forward again then. I think we've had some change of hearts here. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. I believe we have unanimous consent. Agreed. The House has now heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Carried. It's already gone. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make consequential amendments to the Financial Administration Act.
Second reading, Bill C-24. Monsieur Dion for Ms. Shager. Seconded by Monsieur Duclos, que le projet de loi C-24.
That Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. Debate.
No, okay, very good. Alors, reprise du débat, the
Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and on behalf of the Government House Leader, I stand today in order to begin second reading debate on Bill C-24, which would amend the Salaries Act and formalize the equality of all ministers in this ministry to better reflecting the operating reality and the current Cabinet since its swearing in last November. This will, in fact, formalize that, Mr. Speaker. These changes to the Salaries Act fulfill the commitment made by the Prime Minister last November when he said he would introduce legislation to formalize the equal status of his whole ministerial team. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has created from the beginning a ministry in which every single minister around the Cabinet table has an equal voice, an equal capacity to perform their duties and functions, and leading roles to deliver on the important priorities of this government. They are equally accountable as well, Mr. Speaker, individually, collectively, to the Prime Minister and to Parliament for the performance of their duties. They have also been receiving the same salary since day one. However, without legislative change, it is not possible to accurately reflect this parity amongst ministers because the list of ministerial positions in the Salaries Act is fixed and inflexible. While that list may have served previous administrations well, it needs to be updated to reflect the priorities of this government, and it needs to modernize to make it more flexible and adaptable tool for the design of future ministries. This is nothing new, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, the Salaries Act has been amended in 2005, 2012, and 2013, so as to reflect the reality of ministries at those times. As time goes by, realities change, new priorities emerge, and the government has the responsibility to ensure it has the ability to respond adequately. Let me mention to members of the House, Mr. Speaker, that the Salaries Act authorized payment out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund of ministers' salaries to individuals who have been appointed to ministerial positions listed in the Act. The current ministry has 30 ministers, including the Prime Minister, but 5 of these ministerial positions are not listed in the Salaries Act, namely the Minister of La Francophonie, the Minister of Science, the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, the Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities, and the Minister of Status of Women. Because the Salaries Act could not accommodate those important priorities of this government, the 5 ministers had to be appointed pursuant to the Ministers of State Act and their legal title as Minister of State. Many observers thought that the Prime Minister had created a 2-tiered cabinet comprised of senior and junior ministers. But let me assure the House, Mr. Speaker, as one of those Minister of States in her capacity as Small Business and Tourism, our current House Leader, that is, just like all ministers in the Prime Minister's cabinet from day one, has had full standing and authority. The spirit and intent and indeed the wording of the oath of office taken by each and every minister conferred an equal status, even though some positions were not listed in the Salaries Act. A team of equals, Mr. Speaker. It has been well understood amongst all Cabinet colleagues that the use of Minister of State provisions was a temporary measure that would be addressed by legislation. The legislation is indeed before us today, Mr. Speaker. Before I turn to Bill C-24 to outline the important amendments it contains, I would like to mention that the bill does not affect the Ministries and the Ministers of State Act. Appointing Ministers of State pursuant to the Act will remain an option should the Prime Minister wish to exercise it. Now I would like to give the House an overview of the bill. There are essentially 2 components to the bill: adjustments to the list of ministerial positions in the Salaries Act and the creation of a framework to support certain ministers in the carrying out of their responsibilities. I will begin with the adjustments to this list of these positions, I should say, Mr. Speaker. C-24 would adjust the list in 3 ways. First, it would add 8 ministerial positions to the Salaries Act. 5 of those positions are already filled by ministers and would replace the current Minister of State appointments. Again, Mr. Speaker, those 5 positions are the Minister of La Francophonie, the Minister of Science, the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, the Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities, and the Minister of Status of Women. The other 3 positions would be untitled and are not filled in the current ministry. These flexible positions could be used and titled by a Prime Minister at his or her discretion in the response to future priorities and emerging challenges and opportunities. In this way, Mr. Speaker, the bill would not simply amend the Salaries Act to reflect the current ministry, it also looks to the future. Prime Ministers would have the flexibility to adapt their ministries to the priorities of their time. I want to stress that the increase of possible ministerial positions in this bill does not mean that the Cabinet will in fact expand, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we know and now have a Cabinet of 30 full ministers, including the Prime Minister, though the Salaries Act would allow for a Cabinet of up to 35. Second, the bill would remove the titles related to the 6 regional development positions in the Salaries Act. I want to emphasize that this does not impact in any way the regional development agencies, nor does it eliminate the need for ministerial oversight of them, Mr. Speaker. Quite the opposite. The positions will continue to be filled by a minister to oversee the regional development agencies and fulfill the statutory responsibilities related to them. This can be done, for example, by cross-appointing Salaries Act ministers to these positions. My honourable colleague, the member from Mississauga-Malton and the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, is the responsible minister for all of the regional agencies. Regional development is and remains a major priority of our government to help grow our economy, strengthen our middle class, and help those that are working so hard to join it. To recap, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-24 would spell out 5 titled positions which are already occupied by individuals who are paid a ministerial salary. It would create 3 new untitled positions, and it would remove 6 positions. The maximum number of ministerial positions that could be paid out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund would be capped at 37, including the Prime Minister. This represents an increase of 2 positions over the current 35. The final adjustment to the list of ministerial positions, Mr. Speaker, is a housekeeping matter. The bill would change the title of Minister of Infrastructure, Communities and Intergovernmental Affairs to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. The Minister of Infrastructure and Communities has no overall responsibility for federal, provincial, territorial relations. The Prime Minister has assumed responsibilities for intergovernmental affairs, removing that phrase from the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities title better reflects the responsibilities of the position in order to avoid confusion. Those are adjustments that Bill C-24 would make to the list of ministers, Mr. Speaker. Now I would like to briefly explain the framework that Bill C-24 would add to the Salaries Act to provide support to ministers appointed to any of the new positions. The bill authorizes the Governor and Council to designate departments to provide support to any of the new Salaries Act, ministers in the carrying out of their responsibilities. The Governor and Council would have the flexibility to designate a department to provide support to a minister with respect to some or all of the minister's responsibilities. The Governor and Council would also be able to designate more than one department to provide support to a minister, while maintaining clarity with respect to which departments support the ministers for which matters. The bill would authorize the ministers to use services, facilities, and employees of the department or the departments that have been designated to support them. This framework, Mr. Speaker, means that no new departments need to be created to support these ministries. This departmental support authority is an important element of this bill, and I would like to explain why with concrete example that of the House Leader, Mr. Speaker. In her role as Minister of Small Business and Tourism, she is currently appointed pursuant to the Ministries and Ministers of State. That act authorizes her in carrying out her small business and tourism responsibilities to use the department services, facilities, and employees of the Department of Innovation, Science, and Economic Development. Ministers of State Act will not be available. Bill C-24 would authorize the Governor and Council to essentially reestablish that particular link. In her case, of course, she is both the leader of the government in the House of Commons, which is a Salaries Act position already, and the Minister of Small Business and Tourism under Bill C-24. The Governor and Council would be able to designate the Department of Innovation, Science, and Economic Development to continue to support her in relation to her small business and tourism responsibilities, as is the case now. She would be supported by other public servants with respect to the government House Leader responsibilities. The bill would also be amended, the Salaries Act to authorize ministers whose departments are designated to support any of the new positions, if occupied, to delegate their financial and procurement authorities to the new ministers to exercise and be accountable for within their area of responsibility. So let me again state again that this bill enables these new ministerial positions, if occupied, to be supported by an existing departments, Mr. Speaker. No new departments would need to be established. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the question of costs associated with Bill C-24. This bill would not increase the cost of the current ministry. The 5 ministers currently appointed as ministers of state receive the same salary as their cabinet colleagues and have office budgets that match their responsibilities. This will not change under the bill before us. What this bill simply does is to enshrine in law what is current practice within the ministry. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, let me insist on the fact that since the Cabinet was sworn in last November, all ministers have taken their place as equals at the Cabinet table. It is very unfortunate that the statutory difference between Salaries Act ministers and a ministries and Minister of State ministers has created for some an incorrect perception that some had a lesser status. By bringing this entire Cabinet under the Salaries Act, we are sending a powerful signal. There are no second-tier ministers in this government. Each and every minister's voices are being heard. They all have equal authority. And as a result of this bill, the equality that is felt at the Cabinet table will also be reflected in the law. Such a simple bill can carry a very powerful message, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of the business of this House, this is indeed a simple and straightforward housekeeping bill. Mr. Speaker, nonetheless, this is a matter that must be attended to, and I hope my colleagues from the other side of the floor will agree with me that we should proceed expeditiously. I hope all members of the House will join me in supporting this bill to resolve the discrepancies between the legislation and the current reality, while allowing enough flexibility to be able to respond to future events, Mr. Speaker. I know on behalf of the government House Leader, she would welcome the opportunity, no doubt, to express her gratitude to all of those individuals that assisted her in bringing forward the legislation that I was able to present today, Mr. Speaker. And I would also like to thank the Conservative and New Democratic representations at the technical briefings. I found them to be quite informative personally, and appreciate their interest interest in listening to the technical support that was provided by the department. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to introduce the legislation.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Portage. Oh, I believe we have a point of order for the honourable government whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if you seek it, you would find unanimous consent that, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the recorded division on the amendment to the motion for third reading of Bill C-4, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and the Income Tax Act be further deferred until the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on Tuesday, October 18th, 2016.
Does the honourable government whip have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
Agreed.
Good, good. That's good to hear. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes, carried. The honourable opposition whip.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. I appreciate that there was some confusion with that unanimous consent motion previously, but I am concerned that a dangerous precedent was committed there in terms of the fact that there was a clear no from this side on that particular motion, and it in fact was carried out and was from the chair was agreed to. So in future, I think that we need to be very careful to ensure that if there is not unanimous consent from the House of Commons, that a motion does not get agreement as such.
I want to thank the government whip for his point of order. And what happens sometimes is discussions happen and some things aren't clear, and it seemed like not much was clear on either side, but we just wanted to make sure we did the right thing. I'm glad we took it, and we'll take it under advisement and work from there. Questions for the government House Leader?
Opposition, but thank you. Thank you. We'll take government. We can do it pretty easily, pretty quickly.
Speaker, right again.
I do have a question for the Parliamentary Secretary in regards to Bill C-24. He was pretty vague, and the government's been very vague on these 3 new positions, and we understand it would end up being 2 net new positions. But there really is no explanation and no reason given why the government feels they have to create 2 open positions. I mean, at any point in time, if the Prime Minister would decide that he needed another member or 2 members or however many of his cabinet, he's free to swear them, to appoint them and swear them in very easily and create those positions. So there really is no explanation, and so we're at a loss. Amongst other things, we have a lot of concerns with this bill, which I'm going to be articulating shortly. But one of the questions I would have is why just 3 empty positions with no accountability and no answer for why it's needed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I think it's important to note that the current size of the Cabinet has not been maximized. In other words, if the Prime Minister wanted to appoint more cabinet ministers, he could have, but he chose to appoint 30, including himself as the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. The idea of having and making the changes to the legislation is more about the future than it is about what we have today. It builds in a little bit more flexibility. So when we look at why we've added the 3 new untitled positions, the untitled positions will provide flexibility to the structure of future ministries to reflect the priorities of the government, whether it's current government or future governments. It's best when we're bringing in the legislation to do it in this sort of a form.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my colleague for his speech, and I am going to follow up a bit on my colleague on this side on her question, but talk about some kind of vagueness and some questions I still have even after the speech on what we are talking about today and being asked to vote on at a later date. So I have a couple of questions. First, I guess it would be important to know what is the difference in the designation of ministers for a department versus a minister in respect of whom a department is designated, which is formally what we call ministers of state. And then my next question is, those in cabinet currently known as ministers of state, who are now they're all women, have they been given more responsibility than the previous ministers of state in the previous governments? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I'd like to assure the member, I appreciate the question. It's a good question. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted to bring in the legislation as soon as we have, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister made it very clear in the appointment of the Cabinet. It was that ministers of states had this perception that if you were a minister of state, you were a second-tier minister. And the Prime Minister made a commitment back then that when he announced the Cabinet, that all Cabinet ministers were equal. And one should not think any less of a minister that is appointed as Minister of State. So what we're doing in this legislation is we are affirming the commitment that the Prime Minister made when he announced the Cabinet. And that's the essence of what we've actually done.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Niagara Centre or Niagara West.
I'd just like to ask the honourable member then, in terms of the equality here, I may have misunderstood comments that he made earlier. I then presume that these new ministers of state, whatever they're called, they would have the same office budget here, they can employ the same number of people. I know, for instance, the Minister of Finance may have as many as 20 people, so each of them would have the same budget in terms of promoting equality. Is that correct?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member would be aware that depending on the department and the budgets of each department and what it is that they're responsible for administering, different ministers will have a different complement of staff. What's important, Mr. Speaker, is to recognize that what we're talking about is the sense of equality around the table and the ways in which departmental staff can be brought over to one or two different ministers. And as I indicated fairly clearly, that there is no increase in the number of departments. This is just strictly dealing with ensuring that we have a one-tier level of cabinet ministers. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just a little surprised and disappointed that I hope we don't spend a lot of time on this. I totally support the bill, but I've been through 4 prime ministers, and I just assumed that the Prime Minister chose the cabinet, how they're paid and all this, whatever the numbers were. The public will hold them to account for that. And I know that I'm sure that all members in the House have some very pressing issues in their ridings they would rather be discussing. So I hope that the powers to be in the future look at structuring this so that we don't have to have the whole House of Commons debating such technical changes.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, I thank my colleague for the question. And maybe one of the ways I can highlight specifically what it is that we're doing is take a look in terms of the minister responsible for status of women. We believe, and the government, and particularly the Prime Minister, believes that the status of women minister should not have been designated as a Minister of State. We're saying that that particular minister, that ministry, is in fact equal to, when it comes time to sit around the cabinet table, than the Minister of Finance. That all ministers carry equal influence around that cabinet table, that there is no, well, you're a minister, which is super fantastic, and you are a Minister of State, which is just fantastic, Mr. Speaker. You know, they're equal.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I find disappointing in the speech and the answers provided by the member opposite is that it seems pretty chaotic and vague. We're trying to get additional information on the responsibilities for ministers of state and ministers, the resources that would be allocated to ministers of state under this new bill on salaries. If the Prime Minister had wanted women to have access to positions as important as men, why hadn't he appointed as many women to full ministerial positions? Why are there differences like this? There's a status of women's ministry as well. If we want equality for all Canadians across the country, why are we talking about postponing the pay equity bill to 2018 when the task force published a report 12 years ago? So if it's really important to have pay equity for the Liberals, why shouldn't this apply to all Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member is, in essence, reflecting on one of the examples that I provided, and that is the minister responsible for the status of women, in which there is a leading role for her on that particular issue that she's talking about. Ever since our Prime Minister became Prime Minister and announced the Cabinet, what he clearly indicated to all Canadians is that he does not distinguish two tiers of ministers. What he sees is one tier. And this legislation, in essence, fulfills that commitment that he made to Canadians when he appointed his gender-neutral Cabinet, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise today to speak as well on Bill C-24, which is an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act. And I want to talk just briefly as to what the bill is looking like it's going to do, and then I'm going to talk a little bit longer about what it actually does and the implications of this bill. So, as my honourable colleague across the way said, what this bill attempts to do is to make all cabinet ministers equivalent, all cabinet ministers equal. It also, in essence, opens 3 new cabinet posts without actual names or titles to those cabinet posts. And then it eliminates all the ministers for the regional economic development agencies. So those are sort of the 3 main things that this bill does, as well as a couple of, as my colleague said, housekeeping issues tied to the financial implications around that. So I want to talk a little bit about those 3 things, some of which are, I would say, maybe more important than others. And I'm going to start with the issue of making all ministers equivalent. Now, some would argue that there actually has been a fairly good system set up under previous governments, and I can say under our previous Conservative government, whereby there were ministers of state who had what were considered smaller portfolios in that they didn't have the same scope, maybe not the same impact on the good of the country or the impact of the country or the same status as other ministers. So, for example, the Minister of Sport, although a very good ministry, it was considered and styled as Minister of State because it probably didn't have the same impact on the country as, let's say, the Minister of Defense. And so what that meant was that Minister of State, and I was a Minister of State, so I can tell everyone in this House by direct experience, I was a Minister of State for Social Development. When I sat at the Cabinet table with the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Health, the Minister of Finance, I had complete equal status in terms of what I said. I had equal time to speak to the Prime Minister. My opinions had equal weight. And it was a great experience.
Very good for you.
Now, the fact was the Minister of State's portfolio that I had was different. It was important, but it was different than Minister of Defense. And some would argue that that's important, that's important to recognize that. But the Liberals have said no, they want to make all ministerial portfolios equal. And the reason that they've done that is because, let's face it, they got themselves in a little bit of a state. They have a little bit of a problem because they put a number of people in as ministers of state, and then they were criticized for it, so now they want to fix it all. So, you know, I am actually not going to spend a lot of time on this. I think it's a shell game. Frankly, if I was any one of these ministers who have been used as a token like this and I was told, oh, sorry, we put you in the wrong position, but don't worry, we're going to pay you as much as every other minister, but you actually won't have the responsibility, you won't have the deputy minister, right. You won't have the same scope, but don't worry your pretty little heads about it because we're going to pay you the same amount. I would be so immensely insulted. Absolutely. And I would actually refuse it. But you know what? This is the shell game that we see the Liberals do time and time again. They did it on C-22 when they introduced the bill that's going to create oversight for CSIS. It's a shell game. We see it in their consultations with the provinces. A shell game. Window dressing. Yep. And so, you know what? Once again, this part of the bill, it's all window dressing. It's an insult to these ministers who are now ministers of state but will soon be full cabinet ministers. And frankly, it's an insult to Canadians, but it's not a surprise. So I'm going to leave that part. There are other things that I want to talk about that are, I think, actually more important in terms of the impact to the country. So the second part of this bill that I'm concerned about are these three blank ministerial positions that have been created that nobody knows what they're for. And I mean, when I was reading this bill, I thought, you know, and I mean, this was introduced about a week and a half ago, so I've had a little bit of time to look at it. I thought maybe they need, maybe they've got a couple of friends in high places that they need ministerial portfolios for. Gerald Butts? I don't know. Maybe they need a minister of moving expenses. You know, maybe they need a minister of increasing taxes. But then I realized, no, they actually have. Every one of those ministers are ministers of increasing taxes. Maybe they need a minister of photography. But you know, obviously I'm being facetious. But the point is, we don't know what these ministers are for. And frankly, the answer that the parliamentary secretary gave to me was not sufficient. In fact, he answered his own question. The Prime Minister right now hasn't even used the full scope of ministers that he would have available. Right. There is no reason that these three empty spots have to be created. And one has to wonder, what's the game going on? What's the plan? So we don't have an answer for that in terms of what these three posts are for. But the third reason, and frankly the most important reason, and the one that will have the most impact, why we cannot support this bill, is because it is eliminating all of the ministers for the regional economic development agencies. Now, let me explain what this does. This is not eliminating the regional economic development agencies themselves, and I just wanted, for the record, I want to read them off. So there are 6 regional economic development agencies that currently still exist, and under our government, under previous governments, there were ministers from each of those regions that oversaw these economic development agencies. So, for example, we still have the Western Economic Diversification Agency. And under our government, we had an individual from Western Canada who was in charge of that portfolio, understood the region, represented the region, could get feedback from people from Western Canada. Right now, under this legislation, gone. The Economic Development Agency of Canada for the regions of Quebec. There was always a minister from Quebec who oversaw the Regional Development Agency for Quebec. What an insult when there are so many members of Parliament from the Liberal side from Quebec that not one of them could have been named to this portfolio.
Right.
You can't be from, I'm going to tell you, I'm from Manitoba. I can't tell people in Quebec what's going to be a benefit, what they need for economic development, but what an insult to those in Quebec saying, no, you're not going to have your own regional minister over Quebec. Federal economic development initiatives for Northern Ontario. Well, again, being from Manitoba, I understand Northern Ontario. And sorry, if you're from Toronto, some of my members are across the way from Northern Ontario. It's almost like a little bit like Manitoba in some ways. We have a lot in common. Not like Toronto at all. Not like Mississauga. Federal Economic Development Initiative for Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. Okay, there, we could have one from Toronto. That makes sense. Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. And my friend, my colleague from Yukon, just talked about, let's quickly get this bill through. Does he realize that without having a minister from the north who is looking over, watching over, being accountable, listening to the people from his regions in terms of economic development, does he not realize that he is being hamstrung in the job that he needs to do? And instead it's a minister from Toronto. And then we have Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agencies, ACOA. Here we go again, Mr. Speaker, with Atlantic Canada being told, and 32 competent, I would believe competent members of Parliament from Atlantic Canada. Could not one of them been named as the minister overseeing ACOA? Instead, what this government has done is they have centralized power to one individual member of Parliament, one individual MP, and that's the Minister of Innovation from Toronto, from Mississauga. So we're seeing regional interests ignored. We are seeing accountability for these agencies. There's a lot of money going through these agencies. There was a reason that there needed to be a minister to oversee each one of these agencies. There's a reason that there's a minister who's looking over the money that's flowing through and where's the money going. Now there's one minister who's also got innovation. He's got a pretty big portfolio, but he's in charge of each one of these economic development agencies. So regions are being ignored, accountability is being ignored, and we are also seeing, and this is something that's very worrisome, and I'm going to tie it to another issue regarding regional ministers. So for those who are listening, there's regional development agencies, and we've talked about those ministers being taken away. But this government, and not in this legislation, just in practice, has eliminated regional ministers overall. So again, under previous Liberal governments and under our previous government, there was always a regional minister in each province. And I'm going to give you an example. I know in Manitoba we've had a couple of very good regional ministers, one being former Member of Parliament, Minister Vic Taves. Now Justice Vic Taves served as our regional minister for a number of years. We saw regional ministers in BC, in Saskatchewan, Manitoba. There were ones in Quebec. But now that they have been eliminated, there's nobody in the province for provincial governments to go to say, we're having a problem, we need you, regional minister, to connect with your cabinet in Ottawa and bring these issues that we have forward. We have nobody for the municipalities to talk to, and I know in Manitoba we're hearing it over and over again. We're hearing municipalities ask us, who's the regional minister in Manitoba? Is it the Minister of Natural Resources because he says one thing and the Minister for Labour says something different? In Quebec, there's no regional minister. I'm hearing my colleagues from Quebec. Municipalities don't know who to go to. The province isn't sure who to go to. And what we're seeing happen is this massive sucking noise of centralized power happening. We just saw the ministers for environment meet with the provinces meet federally with the federal minister. This was last Monday. You know, it's pretty scary when the federal government has the ability to say to the provinces, if you don't get in line with us on CPP, on carbon tax, on health care, we're cutting off your infrastructure funding.
Blackmail.
And you know what? You don't have a regional minister who's going to say anything because there is none. There's one guy from Toronto, well, and a guy from Edmonton who's going to be making the decisions, and that's it. And that's scary because it's going to be the Prime Minister and his cronies who are making these decisions. You know, it really, though, should not be a surprise. When we look at what this government has done in terms of ignoring the regions, it shouldn't be a surprise. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? 7? Thank you. Again, whether it's ignoring the normal convention of appointing judges from Atlantic Canada to the Supreme Court of Canada, whether it's ignoring the provinces when it comes to imposing a carbon tax, whether it's ignoring jobs that are needed in Alberta and New Brunswick by not standing up for Energy East, there is a huge lack of respect for the regions and for the need of the regions to be represented coming from this government. And you know, we heard it said as far as imposing a carbon tax on the provinces, and again, we just have seen this happen where the provinces, some provinces said, we don't want to have a carbon tax. Some have said, you know, we want to fight climate change, but we don't want the federal government telling us how to do it, because the federal government doesn't always understand what's happening in northern Manitoba, what's happening in rural Manitoba. And you know, I think Brad Wall, the Premier of Saskatchewan, said it very well when he said, I cannot believe that while the country's environment ministers were meeting on a so-called collaborative climate change plan, the Prime Minister stood in the House of Commons and announced a carbon tax unilaterally. Yep. The level of disrespect shown by the Prime Minister and his government today is stunning. I think that this bill is showing that same disrespect. It's showing disrespect to people who are supposedly supposed to be full ministers, but they won't have their own deputy minister. They won't have the same scope and responsibility as, so the Minister of Science, for example, is not equivalent to the Minister of Defense. She won't have the same budget. She won't have the same staff. She won't have the same authority. What disrespect? What utter disrespect and window dressing.
5.
For the women.
Yeah.
Then we're seeing disrespect to the regions. You know what, Atlantic Canada, you know what, Quebec, you know what, Western Canada, you're suffering from job losses. You don't need your own Minister of Economic Diversification. You don't need your own minister to see economy flourish. We'll just put it in the hands of Toronto and the Prime Minister, and you'll be fine. And then finally, just directly to the Canadian people, the Prime Minister just wants carte blanche to be able to appoint as many ministers as he wants. So he wants 3 blank spots. I've actually never heard this happen before. I haven't. I mean, if a Prime Minister wants to put more cabinet ministers in place, he makes the decision. Some say he has blank spots already in his cabinet. I won't comment on that. That might be a question and answer. But there's disrespect to Canadians by not answering who those ministers are. The Prime Minister could just decide if he wants to appoint more ministers. He could make that decision, go to the Governor-General, have them sworn in, make the announcement to Canadians, it's done. They've made no case for having these 3 open positions, except that they're going to try to pull something on the Canadian people yet again. So overall, this bill is disrespectful, disrespects certain cabinet ministers, it disrespects the regions of Canada, it disrespects Canadians, and the shell game and the disrespect is overwhelming, and it's a huge disappointment. So, Mr. Speaker, for those reasons, this is why I move, seconded by the member for Edmonton Manning, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the words "that" and substituting the following. This House declined to give second reading to Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act, and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act, since the bill, A, lacks transparency by failing to disclose the government's plans with respect to the creation of additional ministers to be appointed in the future and changes in the financial status of others. B, enshrines in law the government's decision to eliminate regional ministers responsible for regional economic development agencies. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And then we Good. Moved by Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Abutayev, that the motion amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. This House declined to give second reading to Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act bill since the bill, A, lacks transparency by failing to disclose the government's plans with respect to the creation of additional ministers to be appointed in the future and changes in the financial status of others. B, enshrines in law the government's decision to eliminate regional ministers responsible for regional economic development agencies. The motion seems to be in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Sorry for, there we go, there's the light. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard in recent days a bit of anxiousness about introducing pay equity and the timetable for doing it. Well, now we know, in this House and across Canada, how long we'd have to wait for pay equity for women if the Conservatives were still in power. It wouldn't happen. Unlike the opposition, we believe that women, science, small business, tourism, sports, persons with disabilities, and francophones all deserve an equal spot at the table. The voices need to be equal. The effort is equal. The importance is equal. The pay should be equal. So, given that we believe that Cabinet should be representative of all Canadians, which is exactly what we've done, why does the opposition leader have a problem with this?
The honourable leader of the opposition House leader.
I have a problem with this because if they want it, I haven't talked about women. This has to do with making junior ministers equal. If they want to make junior ministers equal, then make them equal. Give them deputy ministers. Give them full ministerial positions. And the issue of them having full equality at the cabinet table, there's one person and one person alone who gives them full equality, and that's the Prime Minister. Now, if he has a problem giving women equality at the cabinet table, that's his issue. What this legislation doesn't give these women equality, and it's a slap in the face. So we don't support that. But you know what, Mr. Speaker, more importantly, what we don't support is taking away the economic development ministers for each region. And that's something that this government has quietly tried to do in this bill. They're trying to make this into a political issue. You know, they can do what they want, have their shell games around putting women into junior portfolios and then trying to make it look like it wasn't that. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, they've got to look themselves in the mirror every night, and their female ministers have to look themselves in the mirror and be basically used as tokens. But what we won't do, Mr. Speaker, is allow these regional economic development ministers to be stripped away from Quebec, from Atlantic Canada, from Western Canada. Yes. That's what we're not standing for, and Mr. Speaker, that's the primary reason we're opposing this bill.
The honourable member will have 7 minutes and 32 seconds remaining when we return after a question period, when we return to debate or questions and comments. Statements by members, déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Monsieur le Président, samedi.
Mr. Speaker, last Saturday I had the pleasure of participating in the festivities to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the Public Library of Carlingwood. The libraries open new possibilities for people. When I was 12 years old, I started working at my local library. That exposure to books and to knowledge was something that led me to being here today.
Area schools, Carlingwood Library and Carlingwood Community Health Centre partnered and created the SWAG program. Students will all graduate to strengthen literacy and to enhance community engagement within libraries. Working with vulnerable teens, grades 9 to 11, SWAG has a success rate of 95%. I would like to congratulate all those involved in this project and once again wish the Carlingwood Library a very happy 50th anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Across our beautiful country, the leaves are changing to bright colors, the fields are being harvested, the pumpkins are ready for carving. It can only mean one thing: fair time. Fall is the time of year when families young and old attend their local fairs. Baking contests, carnival rides, quilt making, livestock presentations, agricultural displays, and my favorite, deep-fried Mars bars. But most importantly, it's about family. Volunteers across Canada spend their entire year planning the next event so families like mine and yours can experience the smells, sounds, and flavors that each one of these fairs offers. Throughout Elgin, Middlesex, London, many of these local fairs are even older than Canada. This weekend in Dorchester, I'll be wrapping up my fall fair tour. I've enjoyed the fairs in many of our communities, including Shedden, Rodney, Wallacestown, Thorndale, and Elmer. Please take the time and let your family experience what fall fairs are all about. It'll be a memory they will cherish forever. And finally, happy Thanksgiving.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today about a very proud moment that happened in Cape Breton last weekend. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon at Open Hearth Park in Sydney, many Cape Bretoners gathered, along with 9 other communities across Canada, to raise 128 flags, which represent 128,000 brave Canadian soldiers that have sacrificed their lives for peace and democracy around the world. Students from Brooklyn Elementary kicked off the ceremony with the singing of O Canada. Also in attendance was the family and Silver Cross mother of the Place Bay soldier, Sergeant Jimmy McNeil, who was killed in Afghanistan 2 years ago. Each flag was donated by individuals and companies throughout the island. Mr. Speaker, this wonderful ceremony would not have taken place without the hard work of Nita Kumar-Britton, Alan Cameron, and their team who worked tirelessly to arrange it. These flags will stay up till November 12th, and the day after Remembrance Day, and their rising will be an annual event. I encourage all communities across the country to fly the flags of remembrance to honour those who made the ultimate sacrifice.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last month in my riding of Hamilton Centre, a tragedy was averted thanks to the quick action of some of Hamilton's newest residents. On the evening of September 14th, a man approached the Ibrahim Jam-e Mosque and lit a fire at the front door. As the man fled, several passer-by, Syrian refugees new to Canada, were able to put out the fire and help police identify the suspect. Thanks to these quick actions, the damage to the building was minimal and a would-be arsonist was arrested. Mr. Speaker, as my dear friend Jack Layton said in his final letter to Canadians, love is better than hate. There is no place in Hamilton for the kind of hate that causes someone to try and burn down a mosque. And we must do our best to combat Islamophobia in all its forms. I've been encouraged by the outpouring of support for the Ibrahim Jam-e Mosque from all across Hamilton, and it is my sincere hope that this event will only serve to make our community more united and more respectful of people of all faiths and backgrounds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To celebrate Women's History Month, I set out to highlight a particular Canadian woman. However, as I started to research, I found that the list of women in Canada is perhaps shorter than it should be. There's no question that throughout Canada's history, there have been many women who have accomplished incredible things. Canadian women have fought to be heard. They've stood their ground at great personal cost, triumphed in the face of adversity, and thus shaped the fabric of our nation. Mais beaucoup de ces femmes.
But many of these women remain nameless. Their stories are invisible.
Everyone, this Women's History Month, to look around you and ensure that a great woman in your midst has her story told. Célébrez la contribution qu'elle a faite.
Celebrate her contribution. Encourage Canadian women to make a difference. Inspire girls to follow that path.
Its eyes on us. Let's ensure there are more Canadian.
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honour the memory of Don Green of Brockville, Ontario, who died September 29th at 86 years of age. Born in Toronto, the RMC graduate helped his father-in-law, Harrison Russell, grow United Maple Products into one of the largest maple syrup producers in Canada. He partnered with Robert Braz and grew Menu Foods into the largest private label wet pet food producer in the world. Knowing that he was blessed by his successes, his philanthropy touched people around the globe, from local investments such as the Brockville YMCA pool to numerous projects at the local hospital to the SOS Children's Village in Namibia. His contributions would fill a book. The Don and Shirley Green Family Charitable Foundation, named with his wife of 60 years, ensures his contributions will continue. Mr. Green will be remembered as humble and grateful and a friend to all. On behalf of everyone he touched, I express my condolences to his wife Shirley, his children, his grandchildren, and step-grandchildren.
The Honourable Member for Saint Maurice Champlain. Mr. Speaker, a young Atikamekw man from the Wemitoshi community in Haute-Mauricie recently did something noble and courageous that deserves to be recognized and celebrated. Miguel Coco Kachai ran from Odanak to Quebec City to raise awareness about murdered and missing Indigenous women. From September 20th to 23rd, he traveled more than 170 kilometers. Mr. Speaker, that's more than 42 kilometers, or the equivalent of a marathon every day. Miguel took over from Brad Frith, nicknamed Caribou Legs, who was injured during his race as he ran from one ocean to the other in Canada for this very important cause. He left Vancouver in May. He is currently in New Brunswick, and he is expected to arrive in St. John's, Newfoundland in November. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, as I said, this is an action that deserves to be greatly celebrated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the youth and educators across Thunder Bay, Rainy River, and indeed the country who have returned to school this past month. I've had many opportunities to meet with students since the election and have been inspired by their desire to engage in the political process. Just a few weeks ago, I was honored to participate in a youth roundtable with students such as Little Robbie Parsons and the Minister of Democratic Institutions. They asked some tough questions and expressed a desire to see a fair and inclusive Canada. I want to thank these students like Carter, for pushing us to be better, for sharing their perspective, and for reminding us that we all have an important job to do. I encourage the youth in my riding, youth such as those I spoke to last week at Rainy River High School, and those across the country to join local youth councils, and I look forward to working with you all in the future. Merci, miigwech.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Liberals showed their true colours. They're putting an end to regional development agencies, and they are basically cutting ties with the regions. This government is abandoning jobs in the regions, particularly in the softwood lumber industry, because there's no one in this government who is still aware that all of these workers risk losing their jobs. There's not much time. There are only 5 days before this agreement expires. And all the minister will say is that the agreement has been expired for a year. Well, that's 1 year. That's 365 days. How many hours and minutes is that? All of this time has been lost by the government, who's trying to please the U.S. rather than working for Canadian forestry workers. On behalf of all of the families in my region, all across Quebec and Abitibi, Caribou, Prince George, and all regions of Canada, I implore the Minister of International Trade to start this work right now to protect our jobs, families, communities, and regions who expect much more from this Liberal government.
The Honourable Member for Central Nova.
Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure of serving on the Standing Committee for the Status of Women, and I want to invite all Canadians to celebrate the International Day of the Girl on October 11th. Each year on this special day, we celebrate the hope and inspiration that girls and young women represent for our families, communities, and country. Cette journée, c'est vous.
This day is also a way of drawing attention to the needs of girls across the world who often face violence and poverty, or who are denied access to education and health care. Let's make the International Day of the Girl a day of action, both in Canada and in the entire world, in order to eliminate these persistent inequalities that exist between girls and boys in all areas of their lives. On October 11th, I encourage all Canadians to find ways of supporting and celebrating girls and young women. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, despite tough economic times, my home city of Edmonton continues to enjoy modest growth. Edmontonians are resilient people. We know how to cut loose with everything from the Street Performers Festival to the Jazz Fest, the Works Art Festival, and the stunning Tour of Alberta. Edmonton is a place of risk takers, where we happily wrap ourselves in rainbows for the Pride Parade, proudly don head coverings for the Vaisakhi Sikh March, and gleefully gobble up food from around the world during our Multicultural Heritage Festival. Edmonton's renaissance is unfolding with transformative investments, including the new Valley Line LRT, our state-of-the-art Royal Alberta Museum, and Rogers Place, the new home to our Edmonton Oilers. Located on Treaty 6 territory and home to one of the largest populations of Indigenous peoples in Canada, Edmonton is actively engaged in reconciliation, Mr. Speaker. I invite you and all Canadians to come and visit Alberta's revitalizing capital city. Happy Thanksgiving to you all.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 60% of the surfaces in this historic chamber are made out of wood from Canada's forests. From our books to our homes to the very air we breathe, Canada's forests are an important renewable resource for everyone. Canada's forestry workers are firmly rooted in our economy, generating $21 billion from 400,000 jobs throughout rural Canada. Yet political logjams like the softwood lumber agreement continue to sap the economic growth in my riding and across Canada. It's time for the Liberals to stop lumbering around and get the job done. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal carbon tax is not popular with rural Canadians either. This tax will whittle away every rural Canadian's paycheck and leave forestry workers pining for better days. This government should spruce up its efforts on job creation instead of imposing a new tax. On a limb here, but if a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it, will the Liberals find a way to tax that too?
The honourable member for Parkdale, Hyde Park.
Mr. Speaker, for almost 150 years, immigration has been the story of Canada. Like millions of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, I was not born in this country. I came here as a refugee from Uganda, fleeing the persecution my family and I faced in our country of birth, simply because of our race and our ancestry. Today, I am proud and indeed thankful that my new country, Canada, the country I call home, is respected for its multiculturalism, acceptance of newcomers, and openness to the world. Mr. Speaker, regardless of your skin color, your gender identity, your sexual orientation, the religion you practice, or where you were born, Canada's strength always lies in the diversity of its people. Monsieur le Président, la semaine prochaine...
Mr. Speaker, next week is Citizenship Week in Canada. Let's celebrate being Canadian. I encourage all Canadians to attend a citizenship ceremony next week, to reaffirm their citizenship and share the experience on social media with the hashtag MyCitizenship or Citizenship Week.
Continue to write the Canada story for the next 150 years, Mr. Speaker, together. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, 68% of drug users, injectable drug users and users of inhalants in Montreal are affected by hepatitis C, and HIV rates are as high as ever. The organization known as Dopamine is one of the only groups that works with drug users in my riding. Having worked with them for years, I can tell you that their professionalism and their importance to our community are undeniable. I learned this week that the Public Health Agency of Canada recently cut $200,000 from their budget. This was money they were using to help some of the most marginalized people in my riding fight against HIV and hepatitis C. Dopamine had been receiving funding from the agency since 2009, and it is not the only organization to have suffered cuts. This decision will undoubtedly have a major impact on an already critical situation. Perhaps the experts making the decisions at the agency should leave their offices and come see what's happening in Hochelaga.
Member for Carleton.
What will the new carbon tax do to the gap between rich and poor? Well, from whom will the money come, and to whom will it go? The carbon tax will apply to heat, gas, and groceries. Poor households spend a third more of their income on those items than do rich households. So the tax will make those with the least pay proportionally the most. To whom will it go? The Prime Minister says it will fund provincial green energy programs. In Ontario, millionaire green energy insiders overcharged hydro customers by $37 billion, forcing many to the food bank. Never has a program taken from so many to give so much to so few. Elsewhere, the CBC reported, quote, the Ontario government gave taxpayer-funded rebates to 5 millionaires to buy one of the most expensive cars ever manufactured, the Porsche 918 Spyder. No surprise, big government always benefits the well-lawyered, the well-lobbied for, and the well-off. The best way to fight poverty is for the government to stop fighting the poor.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I rise to state that this morning the latest natural disaster to hit Haiti has now caused at least 478 deaths. My thoughts go out to my brothers and sisters in Haiti who were affected by the hurricane, and to their families, whether they live in Canada or Haiti. It is true that Hurricane Matthew hit several Caribbean countries, but the situation in Haiti is truly catastrophic. Sadly, more than 1 million people have been affected, and there was also significant damage caused to already fragile houses and infrastructure. The Canadian government has reacted by offering emergency humanitarian assistance and by deploying its disaster assessment team. Let us continue this important work, because Haiti needs our help.
Merci.
Thank you.
Oral questions, question orale. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Alison Azar was in Ottawa. For 14 months she's been fighting to bring her children home. They were kidnapped and taken to Iran. Shockingly, when the member for St. Albert Edmonton raised this issue, the Minister of Foreign Affairs made inappropriate and unparliamentary gestures. Will the minister apologize? Ms. Azar expects that. But more importantly, when will the Liberals have the courage to do what it takes to bring these children home?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I am sorry that some interpreted it to be directed at Madame Azar. It was obviously not the case. I have nothing but compassion for Madame Azar and cannot imagine the anguish she must be going through. I'm disappointed in how the opposition is politicizing this heartbreaking situation. This is not helpful to Madame Azar and her children. Instead, we must work all together, all of us, to bring our children home, and I am always open to constructive ways on how to do this.
Thanks. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as much as we appreciate that apology, there does seem to be a pattern amongst the Liberals by dismissing legitimate concerns and criticism, and we are concerned with that pattern. We're seeing it when it comes to issues like the carbon tax. There are Canadians that are extremely concerned about the additional taxes and the burden that they will have to bear. Right. We know that gas prices are going to skyrocket. We know that the price on food is going to skyrocket. And Canadians are expressing concern about this. They've seen what's happened in Ontario. They're seeing what's happening in Alberta. And instead of giving heed to these legitimate concerns, the Liberals are dismissing concerns. When will the Liberals stop?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the party opposite is so concerned about middle class, I'm wondering why they didn't support our middle class tax cut, or why they didn't support the Canada Child Benefit enhancement for 9 out of 10 families. But let's be clear about the price on carbon pollution. BC has given their carbon price back to individuals, to families, and to small businesses as a tax cut. That is up to the provinces to decide to do. But we're going to take action that show that we can grow our economy in a clean way while protecting our environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
But, Mr. Speaker, the problem is the Liberals have not shown a shred of evidence that this carbon tax will do anything to reduce emissions in Canada, much less globally. So why won't the Liberals just admit this actually has nothing to do with fighting climate change and has everything to do with filling their coffers for their reckless spending? If they have evidence that it will reduce emissions in Canada or globally, we want to see it.
Well said. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very sorry that the party opposite doesn't believe that we should be taking action to tackle climate change. They didn't vote for the Paris Agreement when the critic actually joined me. But actually, let's point out where it does, where the evidence does show it has an impact. In British Columbia, they brought in a price on pollution, and what did they do? They reduced emissions while growing their economy, and that's why the Conservative critic has said that the BC did the right thing.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in May 2015, the Conservative government established targets to deal with greenhouse gas emissions. And these targets are exactly the same as the one contained in the Paris Agreement. That's why we support the Paris Agreement. However, we disagree with the Liberal approach to impose a new tax. A tax, a word used by the Prime Minister, and that's not the good approach. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation has confirmed that it will cost Canadian families several $1,000s more per year. The question is simple, therefore. Does the government have a figure? Can the government tell us how much this new tax will cost Canadian families? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague opposite said that he supports the Paris Agreement. We saw a few days ago, however, that he didn't support the Paris Agreement because he didn't vote for it. They don't have a plan. We have a plan that will help us to deal with climate change and that will grow our economy, because we know that the environment and the economy go hand in hand.
Before going to the next question, I just want to remind everyone that I'm having a hard time hearing, and nobody wants to upset the Speaker. So if you don't mind, maybe just keep it down. And if you've got some questions, maybe some follow-up, you might want to take it after in the lobby or outside of the House. But in the meantime, you know, screaming across the floor isn't going to help things. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with you, but what is said in this House must be right and accurate. We are in favour of Paris, but not with the way the government's taking action. Mr. Speaker, the government is imposing a $10 a tonne floor price. Now, we know what a floor price is. It's carved in stone, but there's no ceiling. The sky is the limit. This tax will go up, and that's reality, Mr. Speaker. So I'll ask my question again, and I hope we'll get an answer. How much will this cost Canadian families? How much will your Liberal tax cost Canadians? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really confused. I don't understand how my colleague opposite can say that the Conservative Party supports the Paris Agreement. They voted against it. We know that the economy and the environment go hand in hand. That is why putting a price on carbon is what we did. There are already 85% of Canadians under this a type of system like this, including Quebec, and Quebec supports our position because we work together with the provinces and the territories to be serious, to grow our economy, a clean economy, and we must...
For Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal platform said in black and white, quote, "We will end Canada's combat mission in Iraq," end of quotes. Canadians were told that instead our troops would just be training local forces. But yesterday, Brigadier General Dawes said that there's less need for training and troops are increasingly on the front line engaging directly with the enemy. Canadians were told this would be a training mission. Has the mission changed?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. The mission in Iraq was always an advise and assist, and it continues to be an advise and assist mission. With the evolving situation there, as you work with the local force, it allows for the local troops to be able to take the fight to Daesh, and that's exactly what we're doing. And our troops are doing a wonderful job. And I just met with the special envoy from the U.S. on the counter ISIL, and he complimented on our work, and we will continue to work with our coalition partners to have a continued impact against Daesh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, Mr. Speaker, an interesting response, but not an answer to my question. Exactly. The Brigadier General has just revealed, in quotes, the mission has changed since the spring, end of quotes. We're told the mission has moved from defensive to offensive. And after promising increased transparency, the Liberals won't tell us how often our troops come under fire and how many are on the ground in Iraq. Does the minister believe that Canadians have a right to know about the increasing risk to our soldiers in Iraq?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, in dealing with conflict and an enemy like this, the situation obviously is going to change, and we adjust with it to making sure that we are effective coalition partners. In terms of transparency, we've been extremely open with it, and hence the reason why we actually did this technical brief, and who better to be able to brief on what the mission is going than our generals. I've always been open to providing information to Canadians, and I will always continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. The Brigadier General confirmed that Canadian troops are in contact with Daesh combatants, but they don't want to tell us how often. Our armed forces continue to participate in airstrikes, but we don't know how often. We've been told that the situation today is more dangerous and more complex, and that it will in fact take years to defeat Daesh. How long do the Liberals plan to keep our forces involved in this new mission, which is more risky and underway on the front lines?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, in terms of the numbers of times the attacks happen, we're not going to be giving regular updates on this because there's an operational security risk to it. When you start giving certain metrics to the enemy, it allows to create a pattern, and the protection of our troops is the utmost security. However, in terms of the evolving mission, we have been keeping Canadians up to date. I've always stated that we will always assess every single year how the mission is going and make adjustments so that we can continue to have the appropriate impact. And we are having a considerable impact, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what our government said we were going to do, and that's exactly what we're achieving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are entitled to be informed. Canadians have been told that our troops are at greater risk. But contrary to what the Liberals promised during the elections, our soldiers are spending less and less time in the classroom and more time on the front lines. Is the government refusing to disclose this information because it's trying to hide the fact that Canadian forces are participating in combat on a more frequent basis?
Mr. Speaker, I've been very clear from the onset of the complexity of conflict like this. And advise and assist requires us to be effective on the ground, to be able to train the folks, to be able to mentor them, help them on operations. That's exactly what we're doing. We're going to be adjusting the missions accordingly to making sure that we have the appropriate impact. I've always stated that we have to train the right number of troops on the ground if we're going to take the fight to Daesh, and that's exactly what we've accomplished. And we're having a massive impact, and we got tremendous compliments from the special envoy on counter ISIL from the U.S., and we will always continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with them.
The honourable member for Carleton.
According to Stats Canada, poor households spend a third more of their incomes on heat, gas, and groceries than do rich households. So a carbon tax that raises the price of those goods will take a relatively larger bite out of the incomes of the poor than of the rich, which is the very definition of regressive. Why is the Prime Minister imposing a regressive tax that will force those with the least to suffer the most?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the member opposite and the party opposite is so concerned about the middle class, I'm wondering why they didn't support our middle class tax cut, why they didn't support the enhancement to the Canada Child Benefit, which now helps 9 out of 10 Canadian families, raising over 300,000 children out of poverty. But let's be clear about the pricing pollution. This money, any revenue raised from pricing pollution, will remain in the province. So provinces can do like British Columbia has done, growing its economy while returning revenues in the form of tax cuts to small businesses and to families. This is the way we are moving forward to grow our economy and to protect the environment. I wish the other party would join us.
The honourable member for Carleton.
The minister is right. It will stay with provincial governments to fund so-called green programs like in Ontario, where millionaire green energy insiders have overcharged hydro customers by $37 billion, forcing many into the food bank. Or to quote the CBC, the government of Ontario gave taxpayer-funded rebates to 5 millionaires to buy one of the most expensive cars ever manufactured, the Porsche 918 Spyder. So now, the working guy filling up his Ford Focus will pay an 11-cent a litre tax to fund green handouts to Porsche-driving millionaires. Why?
Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I always find it surprising that the party opposite would be against a market measure that's supported by businesses across Canada. Let me get this straight. So we now have Canadian companies like Suncor and Shell, job creators that are supporting putting a price on pollution.
I'm sure the honourable minister appreciates the coaching she's getting from the opposite benches, but it's making it very difficult for the rest of us to hear. If we can just keep it quiet while the answers are going, it would certainly be appreciated. The honourable minister.
So let me get this straight. The member opposite is criticizing companies that are actually supporting put a price on pollution. These companies created 900,000 jobs and $400 billion in revenue, and they get it. The environment and the economy go together, that we need to reduce emissions while moving to a clean growth economy.
The
honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière.
Is that?
Mr. Speaker, as someone who became a new grandfather just a few hours ago, I understand more than ever before how worried the thousands of Canadian families are, given the negative consequences that this carbon tax will have on the market basket and all goods. I'm thinking about groceries, transportation, heating, and everything that will go up. Mr. Speaker, is the Liberal government aware of the negative consequences of the carbon tax for young Canadian families in the middle class? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. I want to start by congratulating my colleague opposite on becoming a grandfather. As a mother of 3 children, I know that we need to grow our economy. It must be clean growth. We need to deal with climate change, and that is what we're doing. We are putting a price on carbon because it's a solution being used by the market in order to reduce emissions, but also to grow a cleaner economy. So it's for these grandchildren, for our grandchildren, his new grandchild, and my children we're doing this. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is dipping into the pockets of young families with both hands with this carbon tax. The new tax, imposed in such a cavalier manner, will wipe out all financial breathing room for our future. In other words, our children and grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, how can this Liberal government claim that its carbon tax, which has been imposed for ideological reasons, will have no consequence for the future generations and their economic prosperity? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my portfolio, I always think about future generations, and that is why we must have a cleaner economy, why we need good jobs, why we need to protect the environment. That is what we are doing. I'd like to quote the Quebec Premier who said, "We believe that it's a good thing to put a price on carbon that will not affect the functioning of our system, and it will move everyone in the same direction on a path to fight these emissions." And I hope that...
For Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, all week the Liberals have been trying to portray themselves as Robin Hood in their own carbon tax forest, all the while acting like the Sheriff of Nottingham, shaking down Canadians to build their own kingdom. It's no fairy tale that the cost of everything will go up under the Prime Minister's plan, Mr. Speaker. For my constituents, the commute to Kitchener-Waterloo or into the GTA, or a flight out of Hamilton Airport, or simply putting fuel in a tractor will cost them more. When will the Liberals come clean about their motives to the Canadian people? Even Friar Tuck and Maid Marian would like to know.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. I was actually born in Hamilton, so I know that area very well. But I'd just like to be clear that this is about growing the economy and it's about protecting our environment. And unfortunately, the party opposite does not understand that that is the direction we need to go. That provinces are entitled to determine what system works for them, what to do with the revenues. And we have the support of business, job creators, because they understand this is the way we're going to grow our economy, we're going to create good jobs, and we're going to create export opportunities for Canadian businesses to create more wealth for the middle class.
The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
According to a recent report, Canadians are now spending more on taxes than they are on food, clothing and shelter. Combined, Mr. Speaker, I worry about seniors living on fixed incomes in my constituency, whether they're from Brandon, Melita, Pilot Mound, who cannot afford any more taxes. They can't afford increased grocery or gas bills. So will the Liberals commit today that their carbon tax won't take one more nickel out of the pockets of seniors living on fixed incomes?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the member opposite was so concerned about seniors living on fixed incomes, they should have supported reducing the age of old age security to 65. We also brought in a tax cut for the middle class. We have brought in an enhanced Canada Child benefit. But let's be clear, the revenues from any price on pollution go back to the provinces. The provinces can do what BC is doing tax cuts for families and also giving money back to small businesses.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
We all make mistakes, Mr. Speaker. The responsible course of action is to apologize and to move on. Whether he intended it or not, the actions of the Minister of Foreign Affairs offended Alison Azar. Two questions for the Minister. Will he give a clear apology to Ms. Azar? And will he update this House on the efforts to secure the safe return of the 4 Azar children?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, I feel certainly sorry that what I have done yesterday was interpreted as directed at Madame Azar, because obviously it was not the case. I'm encouraging all colleagues to not politicize these very difficult issues, to work all together to see in which way, by constructive propositions, we may bring these kids in the arm of their mother. This is the only goal the Prime Minister has, and I have, and the whole government has, and I hope each member of this House, we must work together to solve this problem.
Excellent.
L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government committed to make education for First Nations children a priority. The Department of Indigenous Affairs had even given the minister a plan so that her government could deliver the goods, but she chose to ignore the recommendations. I asked the minister to justify her decision without getting an answer, so I'll try again today. Can the minister explain why she chose to ignore a plan, and why is she continuing to say something here and something different elsewhere?
The
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Monsieur le Premier.
Mr. Speaker, First Nations children deserve the best start to life, and that requires adequate funding for education. Budget 2016 contains $3.6 billion over the next few years for education from kindergarten to grade 12, including a significant amount to implement reforms to education for First Nations.
Le député de Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix.
Monsieur le Président. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign, the Prime Minister said imposing on provinces taxes to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions makes no sense. It's up to them to find a solution that responds or meets the problems in their provinces. But now we see the government, the Liberal government, imposing a tax on the provinces, it will cost to middle-class families more. So, Mr. Speaker, why do the Liberals, once again, want to dip into the pockets of Canadian families, middle-class Canadian families? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say this again in French. I'm surprised that that party has concerns about the middle class because they didn't support our tax cuts for the middle class. We are working with the provinces and territories. I will again quote the Premier of Quebec, Mr. Couillard, who said, "We think that this is a good idea. It will not affect the operations of our cap-and-change system, and it will make everyone move in the same direction. We will move on to fight climate change together."
Manning.
Decided to reduce greenhouse gases by increasing taxes on Canadians. This will raise the price of gasoline at the pumps by 11 cents a litre and cost middle-class Canadian families thousands of dollars annually. Can the Environment Minister tell this House when her department calculated exactly how many jobs will be lost as a part of the Liberals' rash scheme to impose a carbon tax on Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason we're putting a price on emissions and on pollution is because we want to grow our economy. That's why we have job creators, major energy companies, the 5 big banks, consumer companies saying actually do this because this will help reduce emissions and innovate. And innovation is a good thing. I hope the member opposite believes that because innovation is necessary so that we position ourselves well to have clean solutions which we can then export and grow our economy.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, the President of the Treasury Board claimed that he had never been lobbied by the McCain family. We now know that this isn't true. In fact, the minister met with Michael McCain in March, and the meeting was registered with the Commissioner of Lobbying. Mr. Speaker, why did the Liberal minister mislead Canadians?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government takes our guidance on these matters from the Ethics Commissioner and the Lobbying Commissioners. The President of the Treasury Board proactively approached the Commissioner's office to disclose his situation and his holdings, which have been placed in a blind trust. The Commissioner decides whether a conflict of interest screen is necessary, and based on the fact of the President's case and situation, she decided against a screen.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner decides based on the information they are provided. I just want to note that. True. So this is absolutely just another Liberal coming up with what's ethics. It was this meeting with his close friend, what he just called a social meeting, just to let you know. And why was it registered with a lobbyist, or as a lobbying, if it was just a social meeting? When will this Liberal minister stop misleading Canadians and admit that there is a problem with ethics here?
Absolutely. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our government takes guidance from the commissioners, the Ethics Commissioner, and not from the Conservative Party of Canada. So the President of the Treasury Board has proactively disclosed his situation to the Commissioner, and he has followed her guidance. All of his holdings have been placed in a blind trust, and the Commissioner has decided it is not necessary to have an ethics screen in this situation. And I will point out that the person in question has publicly said that no lobbying was done during that meeting.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay. No, the Honourable South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
She's from Quebec.
I have a wrong, sorry. My mistake. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé, je m'excuse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the Liberals have been in power, they've done nothing concrete when it comes to diafiltered milk. And what's worse, the Minister of Agriculture has admitted that the ingredient strategy between producers and the dairy industry isn't enough. After consulting with producers and industry for a year now, the minister is still apparently looking for solutions. That's scandalous, Mr. Speaker. A simple question: will the government respect the cheese competition standards today, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, let me say, as a dairy producer, I am proud that Canada can count on such a dynamic and strong dairy sector. We have always said, and we will repeat it now, Mr. Speaker, supply management is very important to our agriculture, and we take it to heart on this side of the House. Mr. Speaker, unlike others who wish to abolish supply management, we support Canadian supply management, we support dairy producers and their families, and we support the entire Canadian dairy industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In less than a week, the softwood lumber agreement grace period will run out. And this could mean massive export tariffs on Canadian lumber, anywhere from 25 to 30%. If we don't get a new agreement, we could lose up to 22,000 jobs in British Columbia and across Canada. Yet the minister has refused to give any assurances this week. As the deadline looms, what is this government doing to protect forestry jobs in British Columbia?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. We are working hard on this file. Our negotiators are working hard on this file. On Tuesday in Toronto, the minister participated in a productive conversation with USTR Michael Froman, as well as Canadian industry representatives, including representatives from British Columbia, but also from the rest of the country. We continue to work closely with lumber producers, workers, provinces, territories, in close collaboration with them as we advance this file. Any agreement has to reflect the realities of every region across the country, Mr. Speaker, so we're looking for an agreement, but not just any agreement.
The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Matthew is the strongest hurricane to hit the Caribbean in decades. This natural disaster has killed over 500 people in Haiti. There are complete cities that have been destroyed, and we still don't know what has happened in remote, isolated communities. Can the Minister of National Defence please inform this House of Canada's efforts to rapidly bring aid to victims of Hurricane Matthew in Haiti and across the region? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Canadians are saddened and concerned by the devastation and loss suffered by our friends in Haiti and in other countries in the region. Our government has sent a Canadian disaster assessment team to Haiti, comprised of 3 experts from Global Affairs and 3 officers from the Canadian Armed Forces, and they will rapidly assess the situation. In the interim, we have committed $3 million as an initial humanitarian response. Mr. Speaker, we stand ready with my colleague from International Development to respond quickly and effectively for those who are in the need of immediate assistance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that the Canadian Forces mission in Iraq is very different from how it was described by the government. Our troops aren't training anymore. Instead, they're accompanying Kurdish forces to the front lines. Brigadier General Daw yesterday confirmed that our soldiers have exchanged fire with ISIL forces. Mr. Speaker, we support our troops on the ground in Iraq, but we want to know why the Minister of Defence hid from Canadians that the mission had changed.
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing that has changed in the mission that we're far more effective. With the changes that were made to the mission, everything that has been accomplished has been done with the advise and assist mandate. For the protection of our troops, we provided the appropriate rules of engagement and the appropriate equipment to protect our troops as well. It's a dangerous situation when our troops are under threat. They do need to respond to protect themselves, their colleagues, and the people who are there working with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Well, what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is we're hearing a new buzzword from the Minister of Defence called advise and assist. Does that mean combat, yes or no? But yesterday, we heard from military leaders that confirmed Canadian soldiers are spending more time on the front lines and engaging in more firefights with ISIS. But on this, the Liberals have been silent. Conservatives will always recognize the right of our soldiers to defend themselves. And the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that Conservatives held regular technical briefings and informed this House of the actions of our troops, but that's not happening under the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberals finally admit they're withholding information because what's actually happening in Iraq is counter to the Liberal peacekeeping agenda?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, from the previous government when they were in power, having briefings for the sake of political gains. That's what was happening. I have been extremely transparent for giving information. I provide briefings to my counterparts on a regular basis. Actually, before we make announcements, I will not give up information that provide information to the enemy. I've been very open. Hence the reason why we have the technical briefing in the first place. And any other future changes to the missions, I'm happy to provide greater information and make myself available for my colleagues to answer any questions that they might have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Foreign Affairs gave a thumbs down when I called on the government to make the return of the Azar children a priority. The minister came close today to apologizing, but yesterday he doubled down by deploying a Liberal insider to criticize Alison Azar for daring to speak up for the return of her children. So, will the minister give a clear apology to Alison Azar, and secondly, apologize for deploying a Liberal insider to criticize Alison Azar's efforts?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it is imperative in order to resolve heartbreaking cases as a family that all colleagues in this House work together. But the opposition is free to instead politicize this issue in an unhelpful way, as my colleague did yesterday. Now that they know how I feel about harmful politicization, I will come back to my usual impeccable parliamentary behavior. And again, I will say, my door is open. Let us all work together to reunite this family.
Excellent. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, it's certainly interesting that the minister would say that, because it certainly wasn't the Liberal approach with the case of Mohamed Fahmy. But needless to say, the Minister of Foreign Affairs didn't answer the question that was posed by the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni to provide this House and all Canadians with an update on the status of the Azar children. Will he do so now?
The honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I will not certainly reveal information that would hurt the case. I have no other goal than to bring these children with their mother. I'm only saying that in order to succeed, we need to work all together and to avoid to politicize this issue. And if the opposition has concrete suggestions to make how to bring these children out of Iran, my door is open, the door of my parliamentary secretary is open for constructive suggestions from any of our colleagues.
We were doing so well. I just want to remind the honourable members that when someone's speaking, that some of us may want to listen, and screaming across the floor just doesn't lend well to that. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has acknowledged that pay equity is a fundamental human right. So why are they asking Canadian women to wait another 2 years? Enough is enough. The previous Liberal government shelved pay equity legislation in 2005. Women should not have to wait until 2018 for this Liberal government to do the right thing. They have everything they need to introduce pay equity legislation now. What are you waiting for?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to inform the House that we have a government that actually will implement proactive pay equity legislation, not like the government previous and not like the opposition that wishes it could. This is a government that's actually going to do it.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, in a video seen around the world, little Brooke Blair, 5 years old, got really angry with the British Prime Minister because she doesn't understand why people are living on the streets and nothing is being done.
Be out there. You should be building houses, dit-elle dans son cri.
It's a cry from the heart. Even a 5-year-old can understand that if you build more homes, there will be fewer homeless on the streets. The best investment is in social housing. What is the minister waiting for to announce long-term funding for social housing? The Honourable Minister of Families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to sincerely thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to say that just this morning, a few hours ago, I had a very good meeting with major players in the social housing sector. We've had a very productive discussion, which adds to many discussions that I've had the privilege of having in recent months. We are looking forward to working with the community to ensure that all Canadians have decent, affordable housing.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, the Mayor of Hudson Bay, Alvina Rumack, said the impending closure of the Paw Softwood Lumber Mill will impact contractors in Saskatchewan who harvest softwood for Carrot River and hardwood for Hudson Bay. Mal Cadron, GM Hudson Bay Timberland, said clearly if the mill in the Paw closes, it will put pressure on us to utilize small-diameter softwood, which will increase our raw material costs and reduce mill productivity. Mr. Speaker, this means fewer jobs. Why is the current sitting Liberal government taking so long to get this badly needed agreement done?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I share her concern for the softwood industry in northern Saskatchewan and indeed across the country, Mr. Speaker. We understand how important this industry is across the whole of the country. We understand its complexity across the whole of the country. All this has been incorporated into our negotiating position, Mr. Speaker. We are working hard in collaboration with everyone in the industry, and we're working hard with our American friends to try to reach a solution to this problem, Mr. Speaker, that will benefit the Canadian soft.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The clock is ticking. In Alberta, the forest industry employs over 19,000 people, which majority are in my riding of Yellowhead. My constituents and the forest industry deserve to know what their future will be. Right. Albertans can't afford another drastic hit. There's no time to waste. Too many jobs are at stake. Why won't the minister do her job and ensure stability and predictability for Canadian forestry workers?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I reject the assumption of the honourable member's question. The minister has been working very hard since she came into office, Mr. Speaker, to resolve this issue. Indeed, Premier Christy Clark of British Columbia said, Mr. Speaker, I've got to give her, the minister, credit. She's worked day and night to try to resolve this. It's been her central focus for the last several months. Mr. Speaker, nobody is working harder on this file than the Minister for International Trade. Our negotiators are working hard. We understand its importance, and we will do our best to get a good deal done.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, look who just woke up. In 2006, the Conservative government brought confidence and consistency to a divided forestry industry, and through ongoing talks with our counterparts and forestry stakeholders, we set the stage for the Liberal government to finalize a new softwood lumber agreement. Unfortunately, the Trade Minister has only just realized that trade deals don't magically negotiate themselves. When will the Trade Minister tell the almost 400,000 forestry workers that their jobs are on the line because she's mismanaged this file since the very beginning?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. I'd like to remind him that he himself said on the 18th of August, I can appreciate that there's been a considerable amount of work done to this point by both Global Affairs and the Minister. He was indeed speaking the truth at that point, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has worked very hard on this file from the beginning. We understand its importance to British Columbia and to the member's riding, as well as to other ridings across Canada. We'll get a deal done, Mr. Speaker, and we will do it if it's in the best interests of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parental and maternal leave are essential for Canadian families, but our government can do better to adapt to the new realities facing families. Can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development please tell this House what he's doing to advance this important issue? The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank our colleague from Kingston in the Islands for his excellent French and for the excellent work that he is doing in his riding and to improve this file. Our government has committed to support parents through a more flexible and inclusive parental leave program. Yesterday, I had the opportunity and privilege to announce the beginning of consultations on this file. We are looking forward to hearing from all Canadian families to ensure that the EI program is useful for them when they need it most. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, of the roughly 150 people who attended a Veterans Summit this week, 1/4 had never served in the Canadian Forces, and about half do not benefit from programs or services from the Veterans Affairs Department. Must I remind the Minister that the goal of this summit is to improve the Department's services and not to serve the objectives of the Liberal government? Mr. Speaker, if the Minister is asking veterans to be patient because he can't target the most pressing problems, I would ask him then, Mr. Speaker, why isn't he consulting the veterans themselves who are the most affected?
Well, Minister of Employment for Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question, but since I've come into this position on November 4th, we've had 3 stakeholder summits with over 150 people in attendance at all of these summits where various veterans from all groups, all walks of life, have contributed meaningful and deeply to policy developments from the range of economic security to families to mental health and physical well-being. These stakeholder summits are going well and will continue to engage and consult veterans from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The striped bass population has gone from a species of concern to a high-level count never seen before in the Miramichi watershed. Given that striped bass is a predatory fish to the salmon and other species, and that the salmon is at an all-time low in the river, ma question est la suivante.
My question is as follows. Can the Minister please inform the House if the striped bass management plan for the next season will include, first, an increased allocation for First Nations to meet their food and ceremonial needs, and possibly, 2, to also increase public recreational fishing limits, which have been low for the last 2 seasons? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Question, but more importantly, Mr. Speaker, for the important work he's done on this issue that's so important to his community. I share his concern with the increasing abundance of striped bass populations. I've instructed the Department of Fisheries and Oceans to update the science, so I hope we'll be in a position next year to further extend management measures which will allow greater retention of this fish. We know how important it is for the Atlantic salmon population, and I look forward to working with him and other colleagues on this important issue.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, child and adult victims of sex trafficking are being sold daily on Backpage.com. In June, I raised this horrific issue in this chamber and wrote directly to the Justice Minister with no response. Yesterday, the CEO of Backpage was arrested in the U.S. on sex trafficking charges. When will the Liberals finally take action to end Backpage.com sex trafficking ads in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for raising this important issue. This government takes very, very seriously the issue of sex trafficking in our country. We are working very carefully with the provinces and territories and with law enforcement partners across the country to address this very important issue. But there's also a very significant role to play for various non-government organizations to which we are also assisting in order to respond, and we are examining the issue that he raises very carefully.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in Montreal, the International Civil Aviation Organization concluded an agreement for cleaner aviation. At the same time, the federal government is still refusing to support the development of the greenest airplane in the world, the Bombardier C-Series. Once again, the Liberals are speaking out of both sides of their mouth when it comes to the environment and when it comes to supporting Quebec's economy. When will the federal government stop hurting the Quebec economy, and when will it invest in Bombardier? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Certainly, the Canadian government is a major supporter of the aerospace industry. It's an industry that gives us a great deal of wealth in Canada. $28 billion, over 200,000 good jobs, and certainly discussions continue with Bombardier. Those discussions are ongoing. We want to come to an agreement with Bombardier, and we need to work to ensure that we will maintain good jobs, maintain research and development in Montreal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, the federal government is cutting the health transfer increase in half. The minister says that the health system doesn't need any more money. Well, I don't think that she's gone and tested that talking point in hospital waiting rooms in Quebec, because she would have heard very clearly that Quebecers see things very differently. The Liberals are keeping the Conservative cuts of billions of dollars with, as a bonus, the NDP's conditions. Can the minister explain to Quebecers how this benefits them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are proud of their publicly funded healthcare system, and they expect their governments to ensure that it is always available to them. Next year, the Canada Health Transfer will grow by more than $1 billion to over $37 billion. And the Minister of Health will be meeting with her provincial and territorial counterparts in the coming weeks, and we look forward to our continued discussion on how we can create a healthcare system that all Canadians can be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, still nothing for softwood lumber, nothing for Lac Mégantic, nothing for diafiltered milk, nothing for Bombardier, nothing for Quebecers. The Liberals are keeping the Harper cuts to health care, and the Liberals are keeping Harper's environmental targets. For Quebec, it's clear. This fall, the government is getting it all wrong. Are the 40 Liberal MPs from Quebec trying to prove yet again that no matter who's in power in Ottawa, Quebec always gets the short straw? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister... which one?
Il y a deux qui vont répondre, c'est lequel qui...
Of the two? Okay. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, our government is certainly made up of a very strong class of MPs from Quebec, 40 MPs who are there to work for innovation in the country, to ensure that all Quebecers benefit from prosperity along with all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be one member of the Quebec caucus, and we have nothing to learn from the Bloc Québécois. We will ensure that Quebec takes its full place in Canada and in Canada's prosperity. Thank you.
That ends question period for the day. I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving when you head home with your families. Tabling of documents. Monsieur Dubourg, Secretary of
Mr. Dubourg, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
J'ai l'honneur en vertu.
I have the honor, under Standing Order 32.2, to table in both official languages a document entitled Annual Report of the Office of the Taxpayers Ombudsman, 2015-2016. Thank you.
Tabling of documents. Ms. Alisev, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the Section 150 of the Financial Administration Act, I have the honour to present in both official languages of the Defence Construction Canada 2015-2016 Annual Report on Operations and the Canada Lands Company Limited 2015-2016 Annual Report on Operations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Introduction of government bills. Statements by members, statements by ministers. Reports for the interparliamentary delegations. Nothing. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report
of the Standing Committee on International Trade in relation to Bill C-13, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, the Hazardous Products Act, the Radiation Emitting Devices Act, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, and the Pest Control Products Act, and the Canadian Consumer Product Safety Act, and to make related amendments to another act. The committee has studied the bill, Mr. Speaker, and has decided to report the bill back to the House with an amendment.
Introduction of private members' bills. Okay. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Here we go. The honourable member for I'm sorry. There we go. Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to present two petitions on behalf of Canadians regarding impaired driving causing death. Families for Justice is a group of Canadians who have had a loved one killed by an impaired driver, and they believe that Canada's impaired driving laws are much too lenient and want the crime to be called what it is, vehicular homicide. Canadians are calling for mandatory sentencing for vehicular homicide and for this Parliament to support Bill C-226, the Impaired Driving Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am so delighted to stand here today and table this petition signed by so many people in my riding of Elgin, Middlesex, London in support of Cassie and Molly's Law. And thank you very much for this time, and I can't wait to actually support and move forward on this bill. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand today to present a petition signed by Canadians from Smithers, BC, and Southern Ontario. The petitioners are concerned about the accessibility and impact of online sexual violently degrading material and the impacts on public health, especially on the well-being of women and girls. As such, these petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to adopt my motion M47. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table today a very thick petition that is about human rights abuses in China. In particular, this petition calls attention to the situation of the Falun Gong, one of many groups that is horrendously persecuted by the Chinese government. It calls on Canadian Parliament and government to undertake measures to address and combat forced organ harvesting, to publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong, as well as to try and do more to stop the systematic murder and harassment of Falun Gong practitioners for the purposes of harvesting their organs. So I commend this very important petition on human rights in China to the consideration of the House.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure today to present an e-petition number 389, signed by hundreds of Canadians calling on members of Parliament to support my private member's bill, which is C-241. We'll have second hour of reading on Monday, October 17th, which seeks to amend the Excise Tax Act to refund 100% GST paid by Canadian school authorities.
In positions, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This petition asks the Government of Canada to recognize Somaliland as an independent country. It's signed by 295 Canadians. Somaliland was a former British protectorate that won its independence in 1990. After an unsuccessful union with Somalia, the people of Somaliland declared independence in 1991. Over the last 25 years, Somaliland has established a new constitution, its own currency, and a central bank. And they have overseen the restoration of peace, established an independent judiciary, and cultivated a stable multi-party democracy. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today on behalf of over 500 of my constituents in London West to present a petition calling on a ban of importation of animal trophies, mounted or unmounted. This petition can be found online and is listed as petition E-229. And I took up the petition in response to something that came to light in London, Ontario. A father and son had paid $150,000 to go on a trophy hunting expedition in East Africa, where they killed 2 elephants. They wanted to bring home the tusks, ears, and skins of the animals, but the tusks were held up by Canada Customs because of a paperwork issue. I received many messages about this case from concerned Canadians who were disturbed to learn that it is still legal to import ivory and other exotic trophies into Canada. Because the animals we are talking about in this petition are threatened and endangered species, makes the act of killing them for sport unacceptable to many Canadians. The people in my riding of London West and other ridings across the country feel this issue needs to be resolved. That is why petitioners have turned to our government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of many signatories, I am pleased to table a petition regarding Falun Gong, which is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline that consists of meditation, exercises, and moral teachings based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. In July 1999, the Chinese Communist Party launched a nationwide persecution campaign to eradicate Falun Gong. Millions of Falun Gong practitioners have been arrested and put into custody, and many sentenced to long-term prisons for up to 20 years, where torture, abuse are routine, and tens of thousands are feared dead as a result. Mr. Speaker, they're calling on Parliament in a public way to do what they can as parliamentarians to condemn such actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Now we'll go on to questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Okay. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-24, an act to amend the Salaries Act and to make a consequential amendment to the Financial Administration Act.
Oh, there it is. Resuming debate, I believe we were at questions for the Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her talk today on this piece of government legislation. And one of the things she talked about often, and I mention it quite often in this House, is the fact that there is a shell game at play here by the Liberals. And the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader in introducing this bill said that there will be no cost increase. In fact, he said there are no costs associated with the implementation of this bill. But the bill does contain, Mr. Speaker, a royal recommendation, which effectively makes it a money bill. And a royal recommendation is a procedure involving the Governor General that precedes the appropriation of any part of the public revenue or the imposition of any tax. So I'd like to ask the Opposition House Leader, in her experience in this place, whether in fact she thinks that there will be money appropriated to this bill based on the fact that there is a royal recommendation in this bill.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague for that question, because it does give me the chance to talk about something that the government didn't talk about and in fact sort of glossed over when they introduced this bill and spoke about it. And that is the fact that there will indeed be additional costs because of the measures that are going to be taking place in this bill. And you know, the frustrating thing, and the thing that I think what we on this side are most frustrated about, I mean, the Liberals are very good at spending money. There's no doubt about that. They like to tax and they like to spend. So it's not a surprise that this bill has additional spending measures in it. But what we're most concerned about is that it takes away from regional representation. It takes away from regional representation in the form of taking away regional ministers by practice, and it takes away from giving having ministers oversee the regional economic development agencies. They're being very quiet about that. They're not talking a lot about the new ministerial positions that are going to be filled. They're not talking about the additional costs to the Treasury. It's interesting that they're avoiding any discussion of those things, but those are the things that we're concerned about and will continue to talk about.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, I'd like to actually share the concern that were raised by the member about the impact of this bill on the efficiency of our economic development and diversification agencies. I had a chance this summer to actually travel for 2 weeks across New Brunswick, PEI, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland, and I did meet with ACOA staff, who actually were sharing with me their concerns that this will change the way that economic diversification is actually working. Prior to this change, we actually had a bottoms-up approach where these staff actually understood the needs of the regions and actually were carrying those needs up to their minister for actually developing solutions. And the fear that they have, and they are starting to see this happening, is that because we have a centralized structure now, it's more of a top-down approach where the minister and his staff actually are deciding for the regions what will be taking place, and those staff, those local staff, are now becoming agents for implementing those decisions that are coming from higher up. So I'd like to have your comments about these concerns that were shared with me.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague from the NDP for bringing those concerns forward and doing his job in bringing them forward. And this is exactly the major concern that we have with this bill, is because we now have not only in Atlantic Canada, but Western economic diversification, Quebec, the North. There's 6 of them that will have this effect be what's going to happen after this bill if this bill is passed. We will not have regional representation. There's going to be one minister out of Toronto answering directly to the Prime Minister. He doesn't understand the regions and the specific needs in each one of the regions. He doesn't understand what's happening on the ground. He might have the best of intentions, but it's wrong to do it. And it begs the question, what's next? Are the Liberals now going to actually cut these agencies? Is this step one? First they cut the ministers, and then they cut the agencies? I think we've seen a very disturbing pattern with the Liberals disregarding Atlantic Canada. They have 32 members of Parliament from Atlantic Canada. They swept Atlantic Canada, but they're ignoring them when it comes to the Supreme Court. They're thumbing their nose at Atlantic Canada. And there is great concern that the next step will be that the Liberals will indeed not only cut the ministers, which they're trying to do right now, they're trying to do it very quietly. Notice they didn't even mention it in their speech. But we know that's what they're going to do. And will the next step be that they're going to cut these important economic development agencies? I know on this side of the House, we're going to fight tooth and nail and not let that happen to the people in Atlantic Canada, to the people in Quebec, to the people in Northern Canada, to those in Western Canada. And they're avoiding it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member will not have to fight tooth and nail, because the Western diversification and HoC and our other regional development agencies are going to be there well into the future. The Prime Minister has been very, very clear on that particular point, Madam Speaker. And he addressed a couple of other issues. There are no incremental costs associated with the current ministry. The ministers currently appointed as Minister of State receive the same salary as their cabinet colleagues and have office budgets commensurating with their responsibilities. This will not change under the legislation. The third point, dealing with the size of cabinet. You need to realize that Stephen Harper, as she would know, had a larger cabinet. This does not say we are going to have a larger cabinet, Mr. Speaker. So, the information is something in which I shared with the member in my opening remarks on behalf of the government House Leader, and I would ask the member, considering what I've just said, does that provide some assurances that, in fact, this is legislation worth supporting?
House Leader.
Well, no, to answer my honourable colleague's question, no. And I mean, on whether it requires royal assent, I think that as the debate continues, we'll be able to show very clearly that there will be extra funds required. Is that our chief opposition to this bill? No, it's not. It's clear that the Liberals like to spend, and they're going to spend money on this. But his reassurance, don't worry, we're not going to cut the regional economic development agencies. I'm sorry, that's cold comfort. This is the same government that said that they wouldn't introduce new taxes. This is the same government that said that they would not be they would only incur a $10 billion deficit. Yeah. This is the same government that has over and over changed their mind. They've said that they would work with the provinces on things like carbon tax, and now they've said, no, we're going to impose it. So I would say that the regions of Canada, Atlantic Canada, that has come to count on HoC, Western Canada, Northern Canada, should be watching very carefully, because first they cut the minister and they put it all in the hands of one minister and the Prime Minister, and the next to go
could very well be the Economic Development Agency itself. So no, we don't take comfort in it, and we're sticking to our position on this.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-24 is an interesting bill. It ostensibly sets out to address a gender wage gap in Cabinet by doing two things: changing or eliminating the current title of Minister of State to Minister, and then paying all ministers the same salary. It also creates 3 new placeholder Cabinet positions to be filled and defined at the pleasure of the Prime Minister. This bill will also remove the heads of regional economic development agencies from the Salaries Act, which means that while ministers could still be the head of a regional development agency, the head of such agency would not necessarily be styled as a minister. At first blush, this bill seems innocuous and maybe laudable. However, upon closer examination, this bill raises some important questions which we hope the government will be able to answer. The first question is, why is this bill necessary? There are currently 2 levels or tiers of ministers. Full regular ministers are heads of their respective departments, such as the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Defence, the Minister of Immigration. All of these happen to be men. And the second tier or level of ministers, also called previously Ministers of State, now had their name changed, have the title of minister, but the responsibilities are unchanged. We have the Minister of Science, the Minister responsible for the status of women, the Minister of Sports and Persons with Disability, all of whom happen to be women. And while science, the status of women, and sports and persons with disability are all important, historically these matters have not been accorded the same status or level of responsibility or scope of mandate as finance, defence and immigration. And in fact, the Minister of State designation has been seen largely as a post of more of a junior minister. I'd like to share with my colleagues one definition. A Minister of State is a cabinet minister, a more junior cabinet minister in the Canadian cabinet, and is usually given specific responsibilities to a senior cabinet minister in a specific area. While it is a noble goal to achieve gender parity in cabinet, as it is in all things, the way that this is done also has to be fair, equitable, defendable, and transparent. When the newly minted cabinet was sworn in last year, it was heralded and greeted with much enthusiasm, and there were lots of congratulations to go around. But then a news story revealed that there were 15 men, and 15 women in the new cabinet. 5 of the women, none of the men, were actually assigned to be ministers of state. And those 5 ministers are the Minister of Science, who would work and report to the Minister for Innovation, Science and Economic Development, the Minister of Small Business and Tourism, who would also work for the Innovation Minister, the Status of Women Minister, who would work under the Heritage Minister, the Minister of Sport and Persons with Disability, who would also work under the Heritage Minister, and the Minister for La Francophonie, who would support the Foreign Affairs Ministry. A senior government spokesperson clarified that these ministers of states are already considered full ministers, and that all that remained was for the government to change the Treasury Board statute to reflect this new development. But she also said that, and I quote, "Making these 5 women full ministers does not mean their portfolios will take on the size and scope of full departments. They are serviced by other departments in the same way they have always been, but they have the full standing and authority of any other minister around the cabinet table." Mr. Speaker, I believe the cabinet should reflect our society, and 50% women ministers is great. But if 5 of those women ministers are in effect junior ministers appointed to assist full ministers, then is there really truly a cabinet of equals? 3 of the 5 junior ministers would be assisting their male ministers. This bill then aims to bump up the salaries of these junior ministers to the same level as full ministers, despite these ministers not having a full ministry or department to oversee, nor the scope. So is this fair? Is it equitable to have equal pay for unequal work? scope, and responsibility? Is this a case of pay equity? Or is this bill just a way for the government to make good on their claim of gender parity in cabinet? This is not to say that paying women more and fairly is a bad thing. In fact, the NDP has been fighting for pay equity for decades. Canadian women have been fighting for and waiting for pay equity for a very long time. Pay equity, as my honourable colleagues know, was established as a fundamental human right in 1977. And since then, working women in Canada have had unequal success and being paid fairly. Some provincial jurisdictions have established pay equity commissions, and the women in those jurisdictions are enjoying a modicum of equality with their male colleagues when it comes to equal pay for work of equal value. I'm sad to say, however, that too many working women are still waiting this day. On Wednesday, the government tabled its response to the report of the Special Committee on Pay Equity, announcing that it recognized that pay equity is a human right. In fact, the report of the committee was entitled, "It's Time to Act." Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the government clearly doesn't believe it is time to act. Instead, it announced that notwithstanding that pay equity is a human right, Canadian women will have to wait another 2 years before this government introduces legislation, let alone implement it. I had the privilege of serving on that special committee, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you that expert witnesses testified that there is no reason to wait. There was broad consensus among all witnesses that pay equity is a human right and should not be subject to collective bargaining, that the current complaint-based system is not acceptable to everyone, to everyone, is costly and time-consuming for those who do have access, and effectively is denying fairness and justice through the delays that can stretch for decades. As some people know, some women have died before they were able to get their pay equity settlement. Canadian women have been waiting too long for the right to pay equity to be realized, and there shouldn't be any more delays. We need proactive pay equity legislation to achieve pay equity, obviously, and the 2004 Task Force report provides an excellent template for that legislation. Some of my colleagues in this House will remember that the 2004 Task Force on Pay Equity conducted an extensive review of this issue, and that report, their report, has been recognized internationally as one of the most comprehensive and authoritative work on pay equity that has ever been done. The task force consulted widely and produced a list of recommendations that are still relevant and valid. In 2005, the Standing Committee for the Status of Women studied this report, and at that time asked the then Liberal government of the day to introduce legislation immediately. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and regrettably, this Liberal government has also decided to punt ahead. Mr. Speaker, I cannot fully express my profound disappointment with the cynicism that this government and these ministers have shown in their response to the committee report. Asking Canadian women to wait another 2 years is unconscionable, and committing to bringing in legislation in 2018, just prior to election, is a shameful ploy to hold the rights of working women ransom. It's like saying, yes, we acknowledge that you have a right to equal pay for work of equal value and it's been neglected, and although we have the power to fix this injustice right away, we won't. We will make lofty claims about being a feminist government and will promise to bring in legislation in a couple of years, just in time for you to vote us in again so we can actually do what we should and could have done right now. This government is asking women to just endure 2 more years of being paid approximately 70 cents for every dollar of their male counterparts. That's 30% less buying power for women to spend in the economy. It's 30% less to pay for rent, for food, for childcare, for education, to invest in their pensions. It's even worse for women who are from Indigenous or racialized communities and those living with disabilities. This inequality contributes to a much lower standard of living for women, and its effects are brought forward to the next generation. As Kate McInturf, one of the learned witnesses who appeared before the committee, testified, today in Canada, our daughters are as likely to attend university as our sons, but we are in danger of failing to deliver on the promise of education because those girls will grow up and graduate to a pay gap unless we act now. Karma doesn't cut it. Doing nothing, leaving pay to the forces of the market gives us what we have today, a widening gap between men's and women's rates of pay. Let me repeat that. The gap in men's and women's full-time wages is growing right now in Canada, not shrinking. End of quote. I asked Dr. McInturf if she agreed that pay equity legislation is an important step to eliminating the gender wage gap, that we shouldn't have to wait to get everything right, that we could actually start and have an impact on women's lives if we had, at the very least, federal pay equity legislation. And this was her response. Well, yes, clearly I think we need to act sooner than later. But really, when we're talking about life-threatening impact, we have to think about the women who make up two-thirds of minimum wage workers. A pay gap for a retail worker who is making $12,000 to $13,000 a year can really mean the difference between food and rent or not. That's why I would urge the committee to act on this, because addressing it has really substantial impact on the quality of life of the lowest earning women in Canada, end quote. So when we consider Bill C-24, which will add $20,000 to the salaries of some of the highest earning women in Canada, I really do need to wonder about the priorities of this government. This bill will adjust the wages and put it into the Act of 5 of the most well-paid women in Canada, and the legislation was drawn up very quickly and brought to the House so we could pass it. But millions of working women in Canada who earn far less are being told they have to wait for their wages to be adjusted. Where is the fairness, Mr. Speaker? Bill C-24 appears to be a cosmetic fix to a problem created by the Prime Minister. Claims of a truly gender-equal cabinet were trumpeted far and wide, but when it was pointed out that some of the women, and only women, who made up this gender-balanced cabinet were actually junior ministers being paid at a junior minister's salary level, the government had to do some damage control, and this bill is the result. This bill, unfortunately ignores the clear difference in responsibility conferred to women in the Prime Minister's cabinet. If the Prime Minister truly believes in and wants to equalize the status of government ministers, as this bill purports to do, then all he needs to do is appoint an equal number of men and women as full ministers and an equal number of men and women as ministers of state. It seems simple enough. There's no need to mess with salary levels or artificially inflating the salaries of junior ministers in order to elevate them to the status of full ministers. Interestingly, though, all of the 5 ministers of state who will see a $20,000 raise with the passage of this bill, appointed by the Prime Minister, are women. It would almost seem as though the junior minister positions were not good enough for men. But the Liberal approach to fixing a problem of their own making is counterproductive because it ignores the principles of pay equity, equal pay for work of equal value, and equal opportunity to perform roles with higher responsibility. Real gender parity in cabinet means appointing an equal number of women to be department heads or full ministers. By papering pretty well over the distinction between ministers of states and full ministers, the Prime Minister is prioritizing the equality of compensation over the equality of responsibility with respect to gender parity in his government. I would respectfully submit, Mr. Speaker, that observing the principles of pay equality and equal opportunity is the appropriate way to eliminate the gender pay gap that currently was existing in Cabinet. The second area of concern in this bill is the removal of the heads of the regional economic development agencies from the Salaries Act. This means that while different ministers could still be heads of the various agencies, no one could be a minister simply by virtue of being the head of a regional economic development agency. Again, it sounds innocuous, but what this really amounts to is the somewhat neutering of these agencies. Canadians value the contribution of these agencies to their economic development, and these regions are best served by having someone with local expertise at the helm of the respective agencies. Bill C-24 will diminish the role of the regional economic development ministers around the cabinet table, and at present rolls them up under the purview of the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. How does it make sense that 6 diverse economic development portfolios representing 6 different geographical regions be grouped under one minister? You know, when you visit the Government of Canada's website for regional development agencies across Canada, this is what it states. Regional development agencies across Canada help to address key economic challenges by providing regionally tailored programs, services, knowledge, and expertise that build on regional and local economic assets and strengths, support business growth, productivity, and innovation, help small and medium-sized businesses effectively compete in the global marketplace, provide adjustment assistance in response to economic downturns and crises, and support communities. Each regional development agency brings a regional policy perspective in support of the national agenda through regional economic intelligence to support national decision-making, contributing to federal regional coordination and cooperative relationships with other levels of government, community and research institutions and other stakeholders, and supporting national priorities in those regions. Getting rid of regional oversight and autonomy of these economic development agencies is another example of top-down government. But perhaps this is just another step towards placing these agencies on the chopping block. In the past, the agencies had full-time ministers or ministers of state, or the portfolio was attached to a specific minister from the region who carried other cabinet responsibilities. Federal agencies directly deliver and administer hundreds and millions of dollars to help spur on regional economic development. For example, ACOA, the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, which was the first agency created by the federal government, had a budget last year of $298.6 million. And its former president has publicly mused that, and I quote, "The future of these agencies could be in peril without having permanent ministers advocating on their behalf. This is going to be low-hanging fruit. It is a lot tougher to abolish an agency that has a minister, particularly if that is the minister's only job, than it is to abolish an agency that is essentially an agency of public servants." So I wonder what the real intent is for regional development agencies. Would it be helpful for members, as well as the people in those regions, to learn what the government's plan is for the future of economic development in their areas? And finally, Mr. Speaker, the third area of concern I have is that Bill C-24 gives the Prime Minister the ability to add 3 new or additional ministers at his discretion without giving us an idea of what those positions might be or who might occupy them. It seems like another example of this government, despite its promises of transparency and open government, setting up another avenue to be able to do just what it wants without proper or any oversight. In the spirit of transparency and accountability, I invite the government to tell the House exactly what these positions would be. Members can then make an informed decision. In summary, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-24 presents more questions than answers, and I hope that the government will see fit to be more forthcoming about the details and the intended consequences of this bill in the days to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated the member's speech. I just wanted to comment not as much on her speech, but on a previous speech, because I didn't get a chance to, but it's related to the regional development agencies, particularly the North. And I probably have more experience than anyone in the House here on that, because that was my career before I came to the House. was working on regional economic development and for those the department that housed those agencies. And what I can say is, without talking in philosophical terms, but just the effect on the ground, is in this particular case right now, this is the most effective minister and relationship I think we've ever had. Totally in contrast to what the previous member opposite had suggested. It impinged our relationship. In fact, it's increased it greatly. The minister has been, we have some wonderful projects. They've been easy to access. Just a couple of days ago, I asked for some information. I got it within 2 days. We had a great group from the north come down, and on short notice, the minister met with them all. So the relationship has been working very good, just in a practical and a functional method. It may be related to personalities, but certainly much better than it was before. If you want to talk about the philosophical or technical reason, perhaps there is a benefit to having a senior minister of innovation that has a lot of knowledge and access to other areas of economic development for the various regions and can see the best practices of all the agencies. That may be a benefit to having it under one roof.
For Saskatoon West.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleagues for his comments, and I think some of your comments sort of support, I think, what I was saying here. And the point is that in order to keep that profile, in order to keep those economic development agencies a part of the government's policies and budget, those particular regions of the country need a voice that has come from the ground up, that keeps the government making relevant decisions based on what those regional differences are. And I think what I see in this act, and I'm asking for clarification, is that by rolling everything up under one minister is not a good way to keep those distinct voices around a table, you know, particularly during a time when there are big differences in economics and regional economic development. And you need distinct voices around the table, and it's my concern that this bill will reduce that influence at the cabinet table. And of course, what we've heard from some people, and I'm asking this question, is some people think they're going to go away altogether and it'll just be subsumed in a big government department. And I can speak from being from Saskatoon that regional economic, that Western economic diversification type of language and voice at the government table is something we really want, we've always been proud of, and it made us feel that there was a voice there speaking on our behalf.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
First, I'd like to start off by thanking the member for your great speech and discussing all of the different components of that, and your question and answer just to the member from across. But I'm going to go on to pick up on the gender equality part here, because I know that this member has worked so hard to make sure that there is gender equality. I've heard her questions in the House, and when it comes to gender equality, this is a member that I think really talks so loudly and so clearly about it, so I would like to commend her on that. But you yourself are seeing that there is an issue with this. And so I know when this comes out, you know, we'll hear, the Conservatives once again have voted against on equality. But but the member herself is also indicating that this isn't about equality, because it really isn't equal work for equal pay. And I was just wondering if I could get some comments on that, because I look at this member as being an advocate for those women. So if you could share that for me.
Honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question and giving me an opportunity to say a bit more. And of course, I'm never going to stand up and say there is something wrong with paying people a fair wage and equitable wage based on effort and the scope and the responsibility. And I know for a fact that there are women that are working for less than men, and they have the same responsibility, the same scope, and so that's discrimination. That's a human rights issue. This particular bill, to me, undermines some of the fundamentals of equal pay for work of equal value. So you have a government here that on Wednesday said, look, you know, even though it's 1977, people have a human right to equal pay for work of equal value. We're going to make you wait 2 more years, although not one witness said we needed to wait 2 more years. So on Wednesday, we're waiting for, as you heard in my comments, working women who are really struggling because they're not getting paid. Equal pay for work of equal value. And then we have a government that is very quickly saying, well, you have the same title. We're going to give you the same title. We're not going to change any of your responsibilities, any scope of your responsibilities, and we're going to pay you more, change your title. I just feel very disrespected by that. And I don't want that to come out as some, you know, that's how you do equal pay for work of equal value. It is not. And I think it does a disservice to all those women who have struggled long and hard, have had long court cases, some who have died before they were able to even get their compensation. I just think this government, and the member and I may not agree on this part, has their priorities screwed up.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pay equity and a pay equity law has existed in Quebec for about 20 years now. So women in Quebec have the advantage of having that law. The federal government has just announced that they intend to push this back for another 2 years. And now they've tabled Bill C-24, and they say that it's equity. So I'd like to ask my colleague if she thinks that this is just a subterfuge because the Liberals want to make us believe that they believe in pay equity, when in fact they don't really believe in it. This isn't a real pay equity bill. And secondly, I believe I heard from the Liberals that it will take 2 years because they have to undertake consultations, but also because there are costs associated with it. What they forget is that for years and years, women have been paying the price of this, and women who have not had a fair salary for decades and decades, and that they're not taking it into consideration.
For Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her comments and question, and to raising the issue that the 2 largest provinces in this country have pay equity. And we heard from them during the committee. And it would not take 2 years to write that legislation. We have a lot of experience. And as my colleague has mentioned, making these women wait longer and then having this bill come forward under the guise of pay equity, you know, is beyond disappointing. It's disconcerting, and I don't feel good about that. I think this government had an opportunity to, we had a special committee, we looked back at one of the 2004 task force, which was, you know, was witness after witness said it's the best report in the world. We have the template, we could have moved forward. And so I am very disappointed that the government hasn't taken the lead. And then just on the heel of saying it's going to take 2 more years, then to bring this forward and sort of guise it under some kind of pay equity or equal pay type of thing, to me is very disappointing. And I would like them to reconsider that and move forward on pay equity for middle class, the group of people that they are often championing here, that they help, and to bring pay equity legislation to those women sooner rather than later, definitely before 2018.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise to continue the debate on C-24. Now, this is a particularly curious approach that we have from the government. I wish I could say an unusual approach from this government, but certainly still a curious one. Here we are on Friday afternoon, a time when I think many members of the government think MPs should actually not be working. Here we are on Friday afternoon debating a salary increase for government ministers. They've proposed a bill that will increase the salary for some members of the cabinet. And I'm sure they were thinking, how do we justify our desire to get paid more? I know what we'll do. We'll say it's about gender equality. This is an argument that does, I think, a great disservice to the real issues of gender equality in this country. And this legislation, I think, is very clear in terms of what it says and does. It's about increasing the salary for particular positions within the cabinet. It's unfortunate. I'll say this, Mr. Speaker, having had the opportunity to sub on the Status of Women Committee a couple of times in the last 2 weeks, I've seen the important work that that committee does, and indeed the very real issues we have in this country around status of women and around gender equality. So this isn't an argument that should be misused when what's actually going on is people trying to pursue their own political individual interests that are not at all related to substantive issues of equality. We see this strategy, in fact, frequently from the government. They invoke the position of disadvantaged groups when actually they're trying to do something that is entirely transparently about their own interests. And of course, it comes at a time when I think many Canadians are losing their jobs, especially in my province of Alberta, at a time when it's hard to justify people that are already doing well, government ministers getting this pay increase that's being proposed by this piece of legislation by C-24. Mr. Speaker, that's the context here. We have this legislation coming forward, a pay increase for ministers, and I think it is designed in a way that plays this unfortunate game of sleight of hand. And already we've had one speech from the government, but already they've foregone a speaking slot. So I'm concerned that not only is this legislation being argued for in a misleading and an incorrect way, but many government members don't even have the heart to actually stand up and defend this legislation. So let me, for those that are watching, Mr. Speaker, let me shape the conversation a little bit by describing the context in which this bill occurs. Members of this House are all, as members of Parliament, receive a base salary, but there are a number of different positions where there is an additional salary component that reflects additional responsibilities that members have. They include you, Mr. Speaker. They include, of course, the Prime Minister at the highest level. Ministers get a certain salary top-up. Then ministers of state are at a different level. And just to explain the difference, Mr. Speaker, there is an important substantive distinction in our system between the functions of ministers and the functions of ministers of state. Although generally speaking, they're all thought of as being members of the cabinet, they all take the associated oath. They're all given the honorific, the honorable, and they're at that level of being in the Privy Council. But they have distinctly different functions. A full minister within our system of Westminster government, the full minister is responsible for a full department, whereas a minister of state has specific areas of responsibility, but their function is to assist the minister who is responsible for administering the department. So very clearly, we have two different kinds of ministers. Yes, both important. Yes, they both sit in cabinet. They receive salary top-ups, but different kinds of salary top-ups. And then we have that whole hierarchy working through the system. There's the Prime Minister, the Cabinet Ministers, the Ministers of State, then Parliamentary Secretaries and Committee Chairs. They receive a salary top-up, but not as much as what Ministers of State do. And then there's other positions in this House which may include one or two people that then receive an additional top-up as well. But if you look across the system, of course all members of Parliament, although for purposes of our debates and deliberations here are in some sense equal, we are not equal in terms of our level of authority or level of responsibility. That goes without saying. There are some people here that have different kinds of administrative responsibilities within government, and therefore they're paid at a different level because it reflects the additional role or responsibility that they have. Now, some of the members who have asked questions, or the original mover of this bill, people from the government side, have suggested in the Liberal cabinet all ministers are equal. Well, that may sound nice, but administratively it's just nonsense. To suggest that every single department within the government is of equal importance to the lives of Canadians, to suggest that every minister has the same degree of administrative responsibilities, that every department is actually as important as each other, without intending any disrespect, of course, to some of the other departments. It's very clear that there are some that just the activity that they do matter more. I mean, to start with, most other ministers, for almost anything they would want to do, would have to ensure that they have the funding coming in from the Minister of Finance. So there's clearly some both formal and informal hierarchy that exists in any cabinet, and that's most clearly evident in the distinctions that exist between ministers and the Minister of State. And I want to underline that this is very much still the case with this cabinet. I had the honor of working as a staffer in the previous government, so I have some understanding of how this works at the administrative level. But the government can't say that, oh, well, our cabinet works differently. In fact, I have the orders in council that were out from November the 4th that actually effectively created the positions of ministers. And we have within this government 5 ministers of state. Now, in each case, they are not called ministers of state. The standing order said to be styled something else. In other words, the naming of the minister is something different. But they clearly list not only the fact that the minister in question is a minister of state, but they refer to the fact that their responsibilities are involved in assisting the full minister for each department. That's how ministers of state work. They don't have their own department. They have specific responsibilities, but the nature of those responsibilities are that they involve assisting the minister who does have full responsibility for that area. So just reading directly from the orders in council, and I can't give the names of the ministers, but we have 5. We have minister's name, a minister of state to be styled Minister of La Francophonie to assist the Minister of Foreign Affairs in carrying out of that minister's responsibility. Very clearly in the order in council, the instruction is to assist the full Minister of Foreign Affairs in the carrying out of the minister's responsibility. The next one, a Minister of State to be styled Minister of the Status of Women to assist the Minister of Canadian Heritage in the carrying out of that minister's responsibility. So very clearly in the orders in council, not put at an equal level of the full cabinet, as I've explained. Then we have a Minister of State to be styled Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities to assist the Minister of Canadian Heritage and the Minister of Employment and Social Development in the carrying out of those ministers' responsibilities. A Minister of State to be styled Minister of Small Business and Tourism to assist the Minister of Industry in the carrying out of the minister's responsibilities. And finally, a Minister of State to be styled Minister of Science to assist the Minister of Industry in the carrying out of that minister's responsibilities. So this is this cabinet. This is from November the 4th, yes, after the election, the appointment of these 5 ministers of state who are styled or labeled not as ministers of state, but very clearly are, according to the orders in council, in fact, ministers of state, in fact, functioning at that different level from the full ministers, and it is clearly indicated within the orders in council which minister they're responsible for reporting to. In one case, to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. In 2 other cases, to the in another case, the Minister of Heritage, the Minister of Employment, and then in 2 cases to the Minister of Industry. So it couldn't be more clear that we still have what we have always had, and perhaps always will have in our system, which is different levels of minister. But I'll say this as well to the government. If the government was really committed to equalizing the salaries of ministers, why didn't they lower the salaries of the full ministers to the level of ministers of state, or at least found some level in between, rather than, and I see members across the way shaking their heads, this is of course outrageous that we would consider lowering the salaries of ministers of the government. And I'm not proposing that, I'm just saying that if the intention of the government was equalization, it's interesting that the route that they're following is, oh, well, we've got to give everybody an increase. I worry that sooner the parliamentary secretaries are going to speak up and they're going to say, well, aren't we equal too? Shouldn't we be at the same level as the ministers? This is precisely the problem, that we're talking about different levels of work, but on this entirely false notion of equality that seeks to equalize the pay for positions that are in fact clearly different, that clearly involve different levels of responsibility. Well, this provides the government with a great opportunity to, yes, on a Friday afternoon, propose legislation, defend legislation, or if they continue their current track record of not putting up speakers, not defend legislation, which is designed to increase the amount of money that cabinet ministers are earning. But again, I come back to this. What is the government's defense of this rather absurd approach that they're taking? Well, they're trying to make it about gender. And again, this does a great disservice to the very real issues of gender equality in this country that require urgent action. Instead, their focus here is on increasing the pay of some cabinet ministers and making it about supposedly a gender issue. Now, Mr. Speaker, here are the facts when it comes to gender in this cabinet. When this Prime Minister appointed this cabinet, we heard, of course, this much promoted commitment of gender parity. At the time of appointment, there were 15 women in cabinet and 16 men, including the Prime Minister. Now, that isn't parity to begin with. There were 15 women and 16 men, because the Prime Minister himself is, of course, very much a member of cabinet. He has additional seniority and responsibilities, obviously, but he sits as part of the cabinet. So already we didn't have gender parity within the cabinet at that point. But we found out, and it's clear from the Order in Council, that ministers of state were and are, as they always have been, that there were in fact 5 all women who were ministers of state. Now, this cabinet wasn't appointed by anyone other than the Prime Minister. Presumably, he knew what he was doing. He knew that he was creating a cabinet that not only didn't have equality within the 31 people that were in the cabinet, but in fact had 5 women within that cabinet on a different tier within that cabinet, a tier that, again, he should have known clearly what the differences in terms of the nature of those positions and their function were. Now, in terms of the full ministers, not ministers of state, but full ministers then, the original Liberal cabinet had 16 men and 10 women, which means that 38% of the full cabinet were women. Now, 38% of the full cabinet were women, 30% were women at the end of the last Conservative government. So that is an increase, but it certainly doesn't deserve the claim of gender parity, as was much asserted by the Prime Minister and other members of his team. But of course, the government was criticized for the disconnect between what they were saying on the one hand and what they were doing on the other. And this has been, I think, a common criticism of this government, the disconnect between the things that they're saying and the things that they're doing. But it's no more clear than in this particular case. So they said, okay, well, we'll fix it by pretending that ministers of state are, in fact, full ministers. But this is a pretense. As I've explained very clearly, the Orders in Council, the structure of the way government works, is that ministers of state do not run departments, and their function is to assist the full minister responsible for that area in the carrying out of their functions. Now, that isn't changed by this legislation. The fact that this legislation introduces a pay increase for those ministers does not at all change the fundamental reality of the way our system works. So even to the extent that they were trying to fix this problem, that this disconnect between their claims of gender parity and the reality of their cabinet, they haven't actually addressed it at all. Let me suggest, Mr. Speaker, that there would have actually been a much clearer, simpler way that they could have done it. They could have shuffled their cabinet. If they wanted to have that full equality, that actual parity exist, they could have appointed an equal number of male and female full ministers and an equal number of male and female ministers of state. Again, nobody else appoints the cabinet but the Prime Minister. This was his choice to claim gender parity on the one hand, but to make all of the women within that cabinet on the clear junior tier. Renaming the ministers, calling them something else, and increasing their pay does not change the fact that they have lesser administrative responsibilities, that they still have to be reporting to another minister before in the context of the carrying out of their duties. So this is what we have. We have a salary increase bill for cabinet ministers dressed up in the name of equality. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk then about some other aspects of this bill in the remaining time that I have, because there is this issue as well of changing the way the regional ministers work and of changing the way in which regional economic development agencies are administered. This formalizes a change of this government from the way things have worked in the past. Historically, and when I was a political staffer, the system we had was there were regional ministers from each area who, in addition to being responsible for certain functions of government, they had particular responsibility for certain regions, and they played an important role within the cabinet advocating for the perspective of their region. And this is obviously important. Despite the great intentions that a person may have, it is difficult to fully understand and appreciate what the challenges are in, say, Alberta, if you do not live in or come from or have some kind of a personal connection to Alberta. That's a reality. It's no guarantee that someone from that region will actually represent the interests of their region, as we've seen from members opposite from Alberta voting against key energy infrastructure projects. But generally speaking, it is still important to have that kind of regional representation dimension, and also for regional economic development agencies to have a minister from that region who is responsible for administering that economic development agency, someone who understands the realities of the circumstances, who has a real appreciation of what the economic development needs are. That regional representation, not only within this House of Commons, but also within Cabinet, and further the formalization of that, not just through having ministers from different regions, but having ministers with specific regional responsibilities, which include economic development. This has been part of our long history of trying to, through our institutions, structure things so that we're bringing our country together and ensuring that every part of this country has a clear voice at the table. That regional knowledge that they bring in is of great importance. And unfortunately, with these changes, with the structure of the cabinet we have, that has been lost. As other members have pointed out many times, we have a minister who represents a constituency in Mississauga who is responsible for all of the economic development agencies across the country. Now, I don't doubt that he is a capable person, but to expect one person to have a full appreciation of the economic development needs of all these different regions in which he does not live, which he does not represent, is incredibly unrealistic, and it leaves those regions without effective representation at the cabinet table. And I think we see this in a number of different issues where the needs of Alberta are being ignored. The historic prerogatives of Atlantic Canada in the context of Supreme Court representation are being ignored. And we see the outworkings of this lack of regional representation within this government. Let me say, Mr. Speaker, as well, that having that regional minister responsible for regional economic development plays an important accountability function. It means that people that have concerns maybe or suggestions with respect to the activity of regional economic development agencies, things that are very important to the regions in which they operate in terms of at least the way very often they're seen from those areas, those people can go to a regional minister who represents those agencies and have that conversation, push back, hold the person accountable perhaps if the way they're proceeding is not seen as being in the interests of the region. Mr. Speaker, without that function, then the local administration really comes down to not a minister, but to public servants. And public servants, of course, have a great deal of expertise, but they are not politically accountable in the same way that ministers are. So we're losing out on that regional dimension as well, and that's unfortunate as well. I'm very opposed to this bill, Mr. Speaker, because, again, I don't see, in the current economic circumstances especially, any justification for increasing ministerial salaries. The government is trying to get around a political problem of the Prime Minister's own making by paying some people more. Again, if he wanted to have gender parity in his cabinet, all he had to do was shuffle his cabinet. He's chosen not to do that, instead to put this window dressing on with a salary increase. That's not the right way to go. It costs Canadians too much. That's why I'm opposing this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I quite often enjoy that minister or that member's speeches. He shows a very good grasp of the issues. But I think on this one, he's out of focus. You say that you can adjust things simply through a cabinet shuffle. Now, in our BC caucus, we have two excellent ministers, the Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities and the Minister of Defence. I wouldn't want to see them in the opposite job. In fact, we're drawing on their expertise and their intelligence in their portfolios to do precisely the job that's needed. What's really, I think, a key here, and what I'd like the member to respond to, is why shouldn't a government treat the objectives of both those ministers as equally important?
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank him for initially promoting me to a minister in his question. This perhaps underlines the difference between the role, but seriously, I do appreciate his kind words. And look, this isn't about individual ministers. I have no doubt that the government is thus far happy with the performance of the ministers that he mentioned, and obviously both of them bring some specific knowledge to the portfolios that they have. But at the same time, it is not an insult to either of them to suggest that there are differences of kind and of nature between those two different functions. It is not to diminish the importance of either to say as well that the administrative structure is different. He mentioned, for example, the Minister of State for Sport and Persons with Disabilities. Of course, as I mentioned, that minister, clearly within the Orders in Council, her responsibilities involve with those specific areas assisting the Minister of Canadian Heritage and the Minister of Employment and Social Development in terms of those ministerial responsibilities. So the way in which she administers those areas is different from the way in which the Minister of Defence administers those areas, because the Order of Council for the Minister of Defence does not refer to him assisting anyone else. He is responsible fully for administering the activities of the Defence Department. So these are just clear differences, and I say to government members, it's not to diminish any member here to say that there are different levels of responsibility and influence. That's just a reality. To suggest that all cabinet ministers, that ministers of state as well as senior ministers do the same things, have the same level of importance, just doesn't reflect the realities of how our system of government works.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his remarks. Born and raised in Ontario, but my dad was born in Saskatchewan. Always have an affinity for Saskatchewan. And I want to join my colleague and just acknowledge that after you've been around for a while, one of the things you do with the new parliament is kind of look around and see where the rising stars are. I don't think there's any doubt that the honourable member will find himself moving up the benches very quickly, and I expect an illustrious career from him. My question is this, and again, on sort of a man bites dog story, I'm looking to see if we agree on something, because I think we do. Let me pose something, if I may, Speaker, very briefly, and then see if the member agrees that we're seeing it the same way, and if not, he can show me where we're different. But in terms of ministers of state, if we had male and female ministers of state who were being paid two different rates, and that was being fixed, that would be a pay equity issue. But what we're talking about here is a full-line minister, and I've been one provincially, who has responsibility for a full ministry in a department versus a minister of state who is sort of an assistant minister, and therefore what's really going on is this is an attempt to fix a bit of a problem that the government has made for themselves by bragging about the number of women they had, putting them into the lower positions, and when they got called on it, this is the fix. Do we sort of see this issue the same way?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really have to thank my friend for the very kind remarks. I wasn't planning on donating to his leadership campaign before, but now I may have to give it some thought. It's very clear that it's not a pay equity issue when you have different pay for fundamentally different functions. The Prime Minister is paid more than his ministers of state. nobody suggests that that's a pay equity problem, because to be the Prime Minister is clearly different than being a Minister of State. And what I've pointed out is that there is also a similar difference in terms of the administrative realities for full ministers and ministers of state. So again, the member's quite right to say this isn't about pay equity. This is rather about the government trying to suggest that the ministers are the same in order to fix a political problem of their own making. And again, there would be a simpler political fix to it. Well, maybe simpler in some respects and not in others, but they could simply shuffle the cabinet if that's what they were aiming for.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The parliamentary secretary to the government House leader stated that all ministers are now being paid at the same level. But this bill has not been passed in Parliament. On what authority are those increases being paid, and what does this say about government's respect for the law and Parliament? To my fellow colleague here.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. At some point, I hope we will get an answer to that question from the government. I'm very much hoping we'll hear it. It's worth underlining that, as I think another one of my colleagues had pointed out, although the parliamentary secretary said this bill doesn't entail any additional cost, it does involve a royal recommendation, which is precisely the indicator that there is expenditure of dollars associated with it. So you can't have it both ways. If there's a royal recommendation associated with this bill, that means that the government anticipates that there will be costs associated. So there's a clear disconnect there. But again, these are questions the government's going to have to answer in terms of what they're actually doing here.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Hull Aylmer.
Mr. Speaker, I often do enjoy the comments from the honourable member from Saskatchewan. But today, in one of his responses to his questions, he got up and he said that he didn't want to make this personal, but yet he spent a good part of his time, of his speech, talking about the Minister of Innovation and Economic Development and Science, and saying, well, how could he pretend to represent all the regions of the country, or to do a good job as regional minister, but yet he's not from that region. I think that sounds like a bit of a personal attack. It seems to be put onto that, because he doesn't ask the same question of, let's say, the Minister of the Environment, who has responsibility for other departments such as national parks, even though there might not be a national park in that particular minister's riding. Or talking about the Minister of Finance, who might be the person who actually sets the framework and the fiscal framework for the government, and has a clear indication of what type of budgets that they would have in different departments, but doesn't come from all parts of the country. So I'm not certain what he's trying to make. On one hand, he's saying that it is personal. On one hand, it's impersonal. Then, yet his arguments would belie that fact.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me be just very clear again. My argument was specifically about the importance of regional representation, and especially in the context of economic development agencies. Now, I raised the issue of the minister in question, the Minister of Industry, because he is the minister who is now, unfortunately, in my judgment, responsible for administering all of these different economic development agencies. And it's not a comment on the job he's doing, but it's a comment of the reality that he is not from Western Canada. He's not from Atlantic Canada. He represents a constituency in Mississauga. And I don't think it's any personal insult to the minister to point out that reality. Now, I wouldn't make a very good regional minister for Atlantic Canada, because I represent a constituency in Alberta. To suggest that regional representation at the cabinet table and in the context of economic development, political accountability in the context of those things, certainly it's not a personal insult, it's a reality. And I think it would be better of the government members to actually engage with that argument and to try and explain to us why regional representation isn't important. But they haven't even acknowledged that aspect of the bill. We haven't heard any acknowledgement or arguments as to why it's actually okay to not have regional representation through these particular mechanisms. So rather than sort of pleading personal insult, I think hopefully going forward we'll hear some actual arguments as to why someone who is not from Western Canada, not from Atlantic Canada, not from the North, should be administering all of the economic development agencies for the whole country.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge the excellent work of my colleague who just presented. I think his presentation was fair and entirely factual. It was a great assessment of the bill that we're dealing with. At no point during his speech did I sense any personal attack against the Minister of Economic Development and Innovation. Quite the contrary, he recognized the good work of the minister. And he asked some questions about the time that the minister would be able to dedicate to the different regions in the country. That was really what I heard. I didn't hear any personal attack in his quite excellent speech. And once again, I would like to recognize my colleague's great qualities. Now, Mr. Speaker, the bill before us, as you know, we strongly oppose it for several reasons. The government is presenting a very mysterious bill to us. They're asking us to approve the possible appointment of 3 ministers, but we don't know why. We don't know what the goal is. We don't know what the idea behind this is. What is motivating this bill that would create 3 new ministerial positions? You know, the Liberals should be transparent and tell Canadians who they intend to appoint. Now, there have been several suggestions since the bill was tabled this morning. There was a talk about a minister of universal taxation, perhaps a minister of partisan appointments, perhaps a minister to deal with the UN so that we won't displease Iran and Russia. Well, we don't know exactly why. We don't know why people... we don't know what kind of minister there will be. We don't know, and citizens don't know. And if we're making these, if we're having to speculate, it's because the government is not being transparent. We don't know what the government is trying to achieve with the appointment of these 3 ministers. Perhaps they just want to create 3 new ministers of sunny ways. But we don't know. And this is what I would strongly criticize in the bill before us today. What is the government hiding? And what is the secret plan of the government? Is our Prime Minister trying to create, through this bill, a justification for the later appointment of 3 new ministers? Is he trying to create this legal justification to do so? Well, anything is possible. Everything is on the table, because we don't know what the government's goal is. Now, something that concerns me even more particularly, Mr. Speaker, is this bill's intention to eliminate the positions of the regional economic development ministers. I'd like to tell my Liberal colleagues a little bit about the role of Economic Development Canada. And in fact, all Canadians can have access to the different economic development agencies through those agencies' websites. And perhaps my colleague hasn't spent enough time consulting what is actually on the website about the role of the agency, or doesn't really know what the agency's role is. I'm going to make a few points. Regional development agencies are supposed to deal with significant economic challenges and to provide appropriate services and products for each region, and to help people have the knowledge and services to be able to face crises. They want to help SMEs become competitive on world markets, support productivity, growth, and so on, and to particularly help these businesses during periods of economic slowdown and economic crisis. So what are we seeing here, Mr. Speaker? On the file of diet-filtered milk, for example, there has been no decision taken. No decision because there's nobody in Cabinet who's defending the regions, who's defending rural regions. There's nobody on Cabinet who's there to say, listen, these files have to be dealt with because jobs in Quebec are at stake. The carbon tax. Well, there's no minister who stood up to defend the regions of Quebec on that file, or the regions in Alberta, which these are regions that require someone to speak on their behalf. Softwood lumber, Mr. Speaker. Once again, it's taken a year a year for the government to finally try to deal with this, and they haven't been able to do so. There are only 5 days left before the expiry, and there are so many jobs in Canada affected by this issue. The government doesn't even seem to be concerned about this. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because there is no minister in direct contact with the citizens of those regions to talk about economic development. Mr. Speaker, every regional economic development agency for the regions has its own perspective, its own strategic approach to support the national strategy. But if there's no national strategy, then we don't need regional ministers. Well, maybe that's one reason, but Quebec, Ontario, the Atlantic region, the West, BC, the North, they're all being left behind. And why? We don't know. What is the government's secret plan? Again, this mysterious bill doesn't give us any information. I was the mayor of Thetford Mines for 7 years, and I had the opportunity to deal with the federal government several times. It was quite easy at the time. I was represented by an excellent minister, Christian Paradis, within the federal government, who represented his riding, as every MP in this House does. But when we had a problem and when we wanted to talk with the Union of Municipalities and the federal government, well, we didn't have to have 22 different meetings. We would meet our regional minister, who was in charge of passing on the message to the federal government. Now, when you're a mayor, you're essentially minister of everything for your town, but you can't handle everything by yourself. So if you have to plan 22 meetings just to deal with a file because there's no minister dealing specifically with the regions, well, that's a bad path to be on. We need our regional economic development agencies. And to conclude, since I don't have a lot of time left, because the government doesn't have a national economic strategy, it doesn't need regional economic ministers. But I can tell you the crises that we're experiencing in our regions are very real, and we need representation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member will have another 12 minutes and 45 seconds when the debate is resumed. Now, as it is currently 1:30 p.m., the House will now deal with private members' business according to the order on the order paper.
I'm sorry.
Affaires mandat des députés, private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-238, National Strategy for Safe Disposal of Lamps Containing Mercury Act, standing in the name of Mr. Fisher, Dartmouth, Cold Harbor.
Okay, 1 second. Who are we? It's the parliamentary. The resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Je suis heureux.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to speak to you today to talk about this excellent initiative put forth by the member for Dartmouth Coal Harbour, which deals with developing a national strategy to safely eliminate lamps that contain mercury. This bill comes at a time when Canadians are very concerned about what they need to do to reduce electricity consumption, and we're all looking for solutions that will help us respect the environment, products that we can use at home. Eco energy bulbs, compact fluorescent bulbs that I'm sure many of us use at home, and they are a good way of reducing how much electricity we use. Statistics Canada reports from 2014 show that in 2011, 9 out of 10 homes in large urban centers had at least one highly energy efficient light bulbs at home, and that 3/4 of them had a compact fluorescent bulb as well. So Canadians want to do what's good for the environment, And that's why so many of us are purchasing these products. But sometimes we didn't realize that buying the ones that certain ones contain mercury require proper handling when they've burned out. Otherwise, they can release harmful substances into the environment. Now, I'd like to clarify that today I'm referring to bulbs that contain mercury. These ones that are found in homes and many places are toxic, Mr. Speaker. And as if you didn't know, Mr. Speaker, mercury is used in a number of products because it's a very useful substance. It is a good conductor of electricity, and it reacts precisely to temperature and pressure changes. Mercury is vaporized in lamps, and that creates ultraviolet light. And as a result, the phosphorus inside shines and makes the light visible. Unfortunately, when these products containing mercury are broken, if they end up in landfill sites, for example, the mercury can be released into the environment. And that damages our ecosystems. The most fragile products are the fluorescent lamps, and they can actually be damaged during transport and release mercury into the air. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency is of the opinion that 3% of mercury contained in these lamps ends up in the atmosphere. And in fact, it's not just 3%, according to other researchers, it's 17%. So if the product ends up in a landfill site, it can leach into the environment, into the ground, or be released into the atmosphere. And if this waste is incinerated, the amount of mercury released into the atmosphere can be even higher. Without pollution reduction measures, all mercury contained in garbage that ends up incinerated will be released into the air. So the best way to prevent mercury from ending up in the environment is recycling these lamps instead of throwing them in the garbage. Now, when they're put in a recycling bin, they do as well need to be placed in something that will prevent them from being broken. And that will prevent exposure if the lamp is broken or the bulb is broken. So it's very important to make the public more aware of the need to recycle these products in a safe way. Canadians wanted to know what the best way of managing these products is, and also wants to know what steps the government is taking to reduce the risks involved. Mr. Speaker, many municipalities have programs that accept domestic products containing mercury. Some have put in place specific collection days for these products. And others do collect them as part of the dangerous product collection program. So we need leadership in this area. We need to ensure that lamps containing mercury are eliminated safely and in an adequate way. However, Mr. Speaker, many people continue to throw them out, these lamps containing mercury, in the garbage. But sometimes it's because they don't have access to good recycling, ecological recycling programs. So that's where this bill comes into play. It urges the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change to work with partners and stakeholders to develop a strategy, a national strategy for the safe disposal of lamps containing mercury. This strategy will promote a joint concerted action by the federal government, other levels of government, and parties involved with a view to spreading important information on this issue and making the public more aware. It will also include measures to reduce the risks relating to mercury in these lamps. Now, the minister can't implement this national strategy on its own. The provinces, the territories, and the municipalities all have a role to play. The minister will need to work with them to consult other stakeholders without limiting herself to the ones mentioned in the bill. In addition, environmental and industry groups designated in the bill, in addition to those groups, the minister will also need to speak to Aboriginal groups in order to understand their specific needs and take them into account. Mr. Speaker, do I have 3 minutes left? More or less? Yes, thank you very much. Now, an in-depth study of the provisions of this bill will make it possible to ensure that the national strategy takes into account, without reproducing, work that's already underway in some provinces and territories where progressive has been made to avoid these lamps, or to prevent these lamps rather from ending up in landfill sites. The Canadian Council of Ministers of the Environment, Mr. Speaker, had directed the development of a pan-Canadian plan in 2009, and it was a strategic environmental approach, including obligations for producers with respect to products for the full life cycle. This Canadian Action Plan had several objectives. It encouraged the provinces and the territories, as well as the federal government, to work together to put in place programs. It also included directives with respect to better use. Now, Mr. Speaker, my colleague's bill this bill put forth by the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour will give all interested parties and stakeholders an opportunity to participate in the development of this national strategy, and will cover usage of these lamps throughout their life cycle. We need to encourage the use of these products and energy-efficient and products without damaging the environment. That is why I'll be supporting this bill, and I would ask the committee to take a careful look at the provisions of this bill to ensure that we can work together with all partners and interested parties to develop an effective national strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I'm pleased to rise today to speak on Bill 238, an act respecting the national strategy for safe disposal of lamps containing mercury, put forward by the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour. And of course, I was pleased to listen to the member from Hull Aylmer, and I've had a chance to speak to him on numerous occasions, but he did bring back a few of the things that I remember when these light bulbs first started coming into discussion, and how we would have young children trying to sell these to their parents and make sure that they would come and fundraising so that we could save the environment. And of course, there are some unintended consequences that happen. And this is certainly one of those unintended consequences when we recognize just what the base metal that is included in this can actually do. And of course, we have so many other issues with rare earth metals that are needed for batteries and for windmills and for solar devices. Again, unintended consequences, but we have to make sure that we understand just what all of that will do. But I am glad that he's put forward a bill that builds on our previous Conservative government's action to control mercury in our environment. And I would also like to acknowledge my colleague from Abbotsford and the official opposition critic for the environment and climate change for his work on environmental issues. Mr. Speaker, Bill 238 would provide the opportunity for the House to work in a bipartisan manner to not only pass the legislation, but to kickstart the process of raising awareness and educating Canadians on the safe disposal of light bulbs containing mercury. Now, most Canadians are aware of the dangers of not having a proper disposal procedure for the highly toxic substances like mercury. And in 2010, our Conservative government put forth a strategy for proper mercury disposal, and in 2013, we negotiated the Minamata Convention on Mercury, an international convention that essentially calls for tough measures to reduce mercury emissions. Supporting Bill 238 is in line with our previous Conservative government's approach to controlling toxic substances that pose a risk to human health. This same approach made me proud to stand with my colleagues when our previous government passed the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act in 2010, banning the use of bisphenol A in baby bottles. Mr. Speaker, I want to stress the importance of all such initiatives. And in this bill, we discuss the effects of mercury, which has the ability, as was mentioned, to be spread between water, air, and soil. Contaminations can have a catastrophic impact on our environment and the health of all Canadians. We know that mercury is toxic and that it is related to various health problems, including birth defects, rashes, and even death. Even in lower quantities, when mercury is accumulated, it creates a significant risk to our most vulnerable. Products containing mercury are in our landfills, and we know that through this disposal method, mercury has the potential to leak into our soils and our water sources. Most Canadians would agree that it's something that must be dealt with. We as parliamentarians have a duty to make sure that our work also creates the right circumstances for us to protect our environment for future generations, and to also ensure a sustainable and prosperous future for our children and grandchildren. This bill calls for the Environment Minister to develop and implement a plan or a proposal for the safe disposal of lamps containing mercury. And I know that the people in my constituency of Red Deer Mountain View, and in fact all Canadians, will welcome our efforts to minimize the presence of mercury in our immediate environment and put a stop to the negative health risks that come along with it. Now, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-238 contains three essential elements: the establishment of national standards for the safe disposal of mercury-containing lamps, the establishment of guidelines regarding facilities for safe disposal, and the creation of a plan to promote public awareness of the importance of those lamps being disposed of safely. This bill also requires that the strategy be tabled in Parliament within 2 years of royal assent, and a review and evaluation of that strategy every 5 years takes place afterwards. But, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government can implement, through regulation and policy and by working with their provincial counterparts, the three elements proposed in Bill C-238 at any time. There is a way to make things more efficient, but with the Liberal government in place, Canadians would not be surprised that with delays and unnecessary costs being the result of their actions. My colleague from Abbotsford has looked into a few pieces of legislation similar to this one that has already been presented in the House, and 2 such red tape legislative instruments were put forward. Motion number 45, which required that all infrastructure projects at the municipal level that are over $500 million in value would have to go through a full climate change impact analysis to determine what the upstream and downstream greenhouse gas emission implications would be for those projects. And Bill 227, a private member's bill which would place a requirement on contractors for projects within the federal realm. The member who brought forth Bill 227 suggested that projects at the municipal level, originally chosen because it met the current need of municipalities and provinces, will now be primarily selected through a lens of climate change implication. Well, Mr. Speaker, this would impose additional costs on our local governments and additional red tape and delays. For example, if a building contractor wanted to bid on a federal building project, the contractor would have to go through a community benefit analysis, adding additional costs, more red tape, and increased costs of projects, because that would have to be built into the bid price. On top of that, it would complicate the federal bidding process by adding more and more red tape to the process, when in fact these projects should be bid based on best value for taxpayers' dollars, or in other words, best value for the best price. So in a way, I am somewhat skeptical about Bill C-238. Is it going to be another example of Liberals overreaching and ultimately adding additional costs to taxpayers? As much as the motives behind these initiatives are commendable, these duplicating initiatives would actually pose additional regulatory burdens on Canadians. And that's my fear with this and most any Liberal strategy. Mr. Speaker, the member could have moved forward by simply asking the government to enact the necessary regulations we need through robust consultation with the provinces and municipalities to provide the appropriate recycling and disposal policies across the country. For whatever reason, the member did not do that. Mr. Speaker, dealing with dangerous toxic waste like mercury can be done now. This essential initiative is something the government can implement even without this bill. The Liberal government can move forward right now with regulations that set the standards and guidelines for safe disposal of these lamps. They have the ability to make the public aware of these standards and guidelines. And, Mr. Speaker, our caveat with the bill is the fear that this will lead to the Liberals actually calling for a national strategy that will take far too long to conclude and create additional initiatives that will come with higher costs, higher taxes, and more red tape. There are many provincial jurisdictions that have programs in place, and by simply working with them, we can achieve great results without adding any unnecessary hoops. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to important issues like emissions targets, research and development investments, infrastructure, and increases in healthcare funding, the Liberals are quite content to use evidence-based policies formed by the former Conservative government. While we expect them, of course, to refresh these initiatives with some Liberal red paint, unfortunately, the overall Liberal program also comes with a massive amount of red ink that will be there for future generations. But in this case, making sure that mercury-containing lamps are safely disposed of is something everyone should support. We should also do the right thing and make sure that our proposed solutions are also efficient and, most importantly, effective. I support taking this to committee in the hope that it will establish national standards for the safe disposal of mercury-containing lamps, guidelines regarding facilities of safe disposal, and would create a plan to promote public awareness of the importance of such lamps being disposed of safely. I look forward to a process that will be cost-efficient, does not impose additional undue tax burden on Canadian taxpayers, nor add additional red tape that ties up businesses, provinces, and municipalities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Bill C-238, tabled by the member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, who I sit on the Environment Committee with, is proposing a strategy on dealing with the mercury that comes from lights, from lamps containing mercury. He proposes 3 measures: national standards, and I say that in quotation standards, which I will discuss later. Number 2, guidelines for disposal facilities, and that is required under the Basel Convention and long overdue. And 3, a plan to promote public awareness for the need for safe disposal. By way of background, Mr. Speaker, in November 2014, the previous government actually promulgated regulations requiring products containing mercury be addressed, but those regulations had exempted lamps and excluded disposal. Interestingly, in the meantime, there was a Canadian Council of Ministers of Environment Canada-wide standard, which seems to have been forgotten. They also announced the intention to bring forward a code of practice, and in the spring of 2016, under the current government, the government posted for public comment a proposed code of practice for the safe disposal. But the issue has been known for far longer. By way of background, from 2001 to about 2008, I participated in both the national MERS and Alberta processes related to the elimination of mercury in the environment. Why? The Canadian Council of Environment Ministers had issued a list of top priority substances for elimination. Mercury was at the top of the list as a neurotoxin of serious impact, particularly to children. The identified major sources were not light fixtures or any product, including auto switches, but in fact coal-fired power and cement plants. Sadly, to this date, contrary to what the parliamentary secretary suggested in his speech on this bill, to this date the federal government has absolutely failed to regulate either of those significant sources. In 2005, however, to their credit, the Alberta government responded to a multi-stakeholder framework issued by the Cleaner Strategic Alliance and issued regulations requiring coal-fired power plants to capture their mercury emissions, and to their additional credit this past year, move forward to shut down coal-fired plants in a faster time span because of health reasons. Interestingly, the federal government in 2007 initiated a public consultation on alternatives to reduce mercury contamination from products containing mercury. One source was compact fluorescent bulbs. Strangely, this alternative, while more energy efficient, contained a dangerous neurotoxin, mercury. I actually had the privilege of participating in Environment Canada's consultation in Vancouver that year. At that meeting, I raised concern with the mercury contamination potential, and that there was no life cycle strategy. There were strong concerns being voiced across the country that the federal government was merely downloading to municipalities the cost of recycling, recovering, and disposing of the mercury. As the Canadian Environmental Protection Act requires cradle-to-grave response to its proposals, the department had failed in addressing this part of its mandate. There was strong support for the need for a compliance strategy up front to evaluate the efficacy of the approach with these lights to ensure that they would limit harm to health and environment by requiring capture of the mercury from the bulbs when they were disposed of. There was also a widely held view across North America that without a regulation requiring the capture of this mercury, there would be no incentive to pursue an alternative cleaner technology. Some provinces and some municipalities have, in fact, in the interim established programs for the recovery of the bulbs containing mercury, where others have not. Some companies have stepped up, some have backed down. For the most part, recovery depends on the voluntary actions of homeowners or businesses to take their bulbs to an eco-station, and the cost is then, by and large, passed on to the municipalities to pay for the handling, transport, and recycling. It has been estimated, Environment Canada in fact has estimated, that approximately 10 to 15% of these bulbs sold in Canada are recycled. The rest go to landfills. This dismal showing reflects widespread public ignorance about the issue, thus the bill that the member has brought forward. So back to Bill C-238. The first measure is a proposal for national standards. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, action is needed, but it's unclear exactly what mechanism is proposed by the member in the bill. Is it merely another Canada-wide standard that is not legally binding? Is it a code of practice, which is not legally binding as well? Now, both of these measures can be made binding if they are adopted in permits or in regulations issued by provinces or territories. If it were a binding standard, the province or territory could enforce, and their law, if enacted, could claim equivalency. So, in fact, the government can issue a code of practice or a guideline if the agreement is with the provincial and territorial jurisdictions that they are going to take measures to actually make this happen. Secondly, the member proposes, and I do note that the government of the day has already issued notice that by the end of this year, they will issue and have in place a code of practice. I do note that the member is proposing a measure, but only to come into effect 2 years from now, but it's not clear which of the three measures he would come forward with more quickly. Perhaps given the fact that the government has shown initiative, at least one measure would be expedited. The second proposed measure is guidelines for disposal facilities. Again, it's not clear whether that would be a code of conduct or it would be a guideline. Again, it would not be binding unless it was implemented by permit by a province or a territory, and would then be binding on the facility that is disposing of the mercury-containing product. Third, the member proposes a plan for public awareness. There indeed has been a lot of support of the need for action on awareness. As I mentioned earlier, very low, only 10 to 15% of these bulbs being returned for proper disposal or recycling. And so there needs to be awareness. But there has also been concern that simple public awareness isn't going to get it,
that we need additional members to support, for example, the recycling facility in the member's own riding, Dan X, which currently has been or does recycle mercury. But it is clear from our past experience with enterprises like this that have been set up, unless you're obligated to submit the substance for recycling, you can't guarantee the return. So indeed, we need public awareness, but we need the first two initiatives. And the second issue is the code of practice that the government put forward offered training for employees, but in fact, by and large, it is simply homeowners that take these bulbs to the recycle centers, and they're not going to be subject to the training. So in short, I'm very pleased that the members come forward. This is important action, but I look forward to him also supporting my initiatives that we move on the largest source of mercury, and that is coal-fired power plants, and I look forward to him taking similar action in his province of Nova Scotia. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me begin by saying how pleased I am to rise and speak on Bill C-238, which my friend and colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour has referred to as his bright idea. This bill is something important because it promotes a healthy environment and a strong economy at the same time, and it involves the development of a natural strategy for the safe disposal of lamps containing mercury. But before I begin my remarks, I wanted to thank the honourable member for his leadership on environmental issues. He's been an advocate for the environment within our caucus in Nova Scotia and Atlantic Canada, in his community at large, and of course by virtue of this bill in this House as well. As many people already know in this House, the member was formerly a municipal councillor and deputy mayor of Halifax Regional Municipality, and his legacy as an environmental leader carries on to today from his time in that position. I wanted to thank him for his continued leadership on these issues, and he's even taken the opportunity to meet with individuals who live in my riding that are trying to promote environmental products and drive the economy that are outside of HRM, because he recognizes the benefit that it's going to have on our region and Atlantic Canada as a whole. Now, from every corner of the country, whether it's my friends in Joe Bat's Arm on Fogo Island or Tuktoyaktuk or Vancouver Island, Canadians, by and large, are trying to promote a healthier environment and combat climate change. Finding more energy-efficient options to household products is a great and easy place to start. And we've known for some time that energy-efficient compact fluorescent light bulbs, or CFLs, as many people know them, are easy and long-lasting way to cut down on the amount of energy that we use in our homes every day. For this reason, many of us have used CFLs over the years, and 75% of Canadians in large cities have at least one of these light bulbs in their home today. Canadians know that protecting the environment is important for our health and safety, but also, and as a new parent, for this health and safety of our children and our grandchildren as well. This is an important motivating factor, because when Canadians purchase energy and efficient lamps, they're doing something in a small way to improve the future for other generations. But what they may not be aware of is the proper process for disposing of these environmentally friendly products once they have them in their home is also very important. It's important because when it's not done correctly, these products can release toxic substances into our environment, and in particular, in this case, mercury, as many of the honourable members have pointed out in their remarks on this bill already. Now, mercury is actually a very useful substance. It appears in lots of consumer and commercial products. It's a great conductor of electricity. It reacts to temperature and pressure changes. That's why it's in everyone's thermometer. However, when products containing mercury are broken, or when they're disposed of in a landfill, as they often are today, the mercury can get into the environment and have an adverse impact on our ecosystems because it's highly toxic.
The most fragile products, like light bulbs, can break during transport and emit mercury into the air. The EPA in the United States believes that 3% of all the mercury found in fluorescent light bulbs is gets into the atmosphere after it's disposed of. If a product that contains mercury ends up in a landfill, the mercury can also leak out into the ground, or it can also leak into the atmosphere. If waste containing mercury is incinerated, the amount of mercury that gets into the atmosphere can be even higher. Without measures to fight pollution, almost all of the mercury found in garbage that goes into an incinerator goes into the air. The best way to deal with this and to prevent mercury from getting into the environment is to correctly recycle these light bulbs instead of throwing them out.
Improving public awareness about the need for safe disposal and recycling of used lamps is very important. Canadians want to know how to best deal with these products, and they want to know that their government is taking steps to reduce these risks. As one of my colleagues from the NDP pointed out, we're not always doing it now because we don't know and we're not made to. But municipalities and industry have taken early action. Many cities have already implemented specific collection programs, and some have incorporated them into household hazardous waste programs. In BC, Manitoba, Quebec, and PEI, manufacturers and importers are subject to extended producer responsibility regulations and are required to join or implement programs to collect and recycle lamps containing mercury at the end of their life cycle. In Ontario, manufacturers and importers take part in voluntary take-back programs for these kinds of lamps. This all being said, too many Canadians still dispose of mercury-containing lamps in the garbage simply because they don't know that they contain this harmful substance, or they don't understand the importance of safely disposing of these products. In addition, many environmentally sound recycling options are not readily available at this time. And this is precisely the purpose of this bill. It calls on the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to work with different stakeholders and partners to develop and implement a national strategy on the safe disposal of these lamps. The strategy is going to encourage concerted action by the federal government as well as other jurisdictions and stakeholders to shine a light, pun intended, Mr. Speaker, on this important issue. Increasing public awareness can lead to actions that are going to reduce the harmful impacts of releasing mercury into the atmosphere. Now, the Minister is not able to do this without the help of others. We need the provinces, territories, municipal governments, and communities all to have a role to play if we're going to make something happen here. In addition to environmental groups and industry, which are specifically listed in the bill, we need to collaborate on the safe disposal of mercury with our Indigenous communities as well. A careful study of the provisions of this bill are going to ensure that the national strategy can build on and not simply duplicate work that's already being done in some of the provinces and territories where some progress has been made in diverting this toxic substance from our landfills. This bill is going to provide an opportunity for all jurisdiction and interested stakeholders to work together to develop this national strategy aimed at safely managing these lamps at the end of their life. The proper end-of-life management of these lamps will allow us to benefit from their energy efficiency qualities without compromising the environment. In addition, Mr. Speaker, there's a serious economic impact. I know a few members have mentioned the company Danex in the honourable member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour's riding. This is a perfect example of how the environment and the economy can work together and promote one another at the same time. If there's an environmental problem like the unsafe disposal of mercury in our landfills, there's companies that will actually create new jobs in turning this what's currently treated as a waste product into a value-added product that can be injected back into the economy. This is new money that's currently literally being thrown into the garbage that's going to result in more jobs for Central Nova, for Dartmouth Cole Harbour, and for every riding across this country if we implement a proper national strategy. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be supporting the honourable member's bright idea and would ask that the committee carefully review the provisions of the bill to ensure that we can all work together with every interested party and stakeholder to make this national strategy as effective as it can be. I know the residents of my riding and my region are all going to be better off if they can enjoy a cleaner environment, healthier, greater public health, and more jobs for our region. We're all doing what we can to protect the natural beauty of our wonderful country, and we want to for generations to come, and this bill helps, at least in a small way, to make a difference for the environment at home. Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. Seeing none, the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am happy and, in fact, thankful to rise and speak again on my private member's bill, C-238, a national strategy for safe disposal of lamps containing Mercury Act. So, Mr. Speaker, we know that mercury is toxic, and we must keep it out of our waterways and off of our lands. I would like to take a second, if I could, to thank the good people, the constituents of Dartmouth Cole Harbour, and also the stakeholders locally and from across the country, Mr. Speaker, who have reached out with their feedback and support for this bill. I will always do my best to make your voices heard here in Ottawa, and I must say, I deeply appreciate the support from my colleagues, which crosses all party lines. I'm thrilled that we've been able to work together on this bill. Mr. Speaker, as federal representatives, this is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to take good ideas from home, bring them to Ottawa, and effect change. We hope to change and improve laws and make new laws. My bright idea for C-238 came when I was a municipal councillor and I visited Danex Recycling in my hometown of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. I learned about the dangers of mercury from those folks in the fluorescent bulbs, and that this facility can recycle every bit of a mercury-bearing light bulb. This facility not only employs Canadians across its region, but it provides a valuable and very needed environmental service. This is a fantastic example of what the clean economy can accomplish. Now, some provinces and municipalities across Canada have shown real environmental leadership and are leading the way in recycling these bulbs. Back home, under the leadership of Mayor Mike Savage and Council, the Halifax Regional Municipality took initiative on its own and started recycling all of the spent fluorescent light bulbs in their municipal facilities. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. As a recyclable, we must ensure that fluorescent bulbs are diverted from all of our landfills across the country. Economically and environmentally, it makes good sense. This bill calls for collaboration. It calls upon our Minister of Environment and Climate Change to open a dialogue and work with our provinces and territories to develop a robust national strategy, ensuring mercury-containing light bulbs are safely disposed of and recycled. I believe that the successes we've seen in this issue in some provinces will help lead the discussions to a great solution that will work nationwide. It's extremely important that we have a national strategy for the safe disposal of these mercury-bearing bulbs, because a piecemeal approach hurts other parts of the country. We heard today that toxic mercury has the ability to undergo long-range transport. Hypothetically, theoretically, mercury deposited in a Halifax landfill could redeposit into a community in northern Canada or any other remote area. This is why we can't afford to pass the buck. It's up to us to take the initiative, to show real environmental leadership and protect Canadians. I have appreciated all of your support so far in moving Bill C-238 forward, and I urge members to please help me encourage our federal government to create an open dialogue with our provinces and territories to develop a strong national strategy for the safe disposal of mercury-bearing lamps. Now is the time to take responsibility and protect Canadians from this needless pollution. It's only by working together that we can protect our communities and our country from this toxic mercury. And it's by working together that we can leave the world a better place for future generations. Please support my bright idea, Bill C-238. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La Chambre est-elle prête à...
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows.
Mr. Fisher, seconded by Mr. Sampson, moved that Bill C-238, an act respecting the development of a national strategy for the safe disposal of lamps containing mercury, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Oh, we have all those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yay! All those opposed, please say nay. My opinion is pretty clear. The yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 19, 2016, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
I do.
It being 10 minutes after 2, the House stands adjourned until Monday, October 17, 2017 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.
You're incredible.